ده ما أكبر منه إلا الجيش يخلص نفسه. فالرد بتاع الجيش رد موفق، لأنه الجيش خلاه زي ده. ما ده بيقولوا ده جيش فلان وده جيش فلان. الجيش جيش بتاع الوطن، وانتوا عارفين وده قاعد اقوله، لو جيش عمل حاجه لمناطق بتاع دينكا عادي جدا. في كم مره الناس ماتوا في وراب على يد جيش، لكن لو ده حصل هنا لا، نحن ننفصل. وراب هسه حينفصل. الجيش بيجي حتى في فلان لما يكون في سيول والامطار. ليه الجيش بيجيبوا في حاجه هافي؟ لانه في حاجه البوليس ما بيقدر له، معناه اللي يجيبوا الجيش. الجيش لقوا حيوانات RPG.
قول لهم كم جيش قتلوا في تجاتوج نوت والمواطنين، وجيش قتل كم ناس كمان في زمن مشاكل بتاع الواج ده قبل سنتين.
حتى قريب ده مع وان فريق قريب ده. ها يعني مئات من الناس ماتوا بين الجيش.
ما حركات ده كان اصله في إكواتوريا بيقولوا جيش قاعد يقتل في مواطنين. جينوسايد الناس ديل والله مجانين.
اوكي.
Gabriel, we lost a general. We lost 3 generals from in Toy. From my constituency. We lost 3 generals in that conflict that happened recently in Toy. From our constituency.
Lion Mike بتاعك ما كويس. نينا ما قاعد نسمع انت مايك terrible شديد. انا والدي انا براي.
We lost generals ذاته بتاع جيش هناك في بارغزال في تجاتوج. 3 generals ماتوا هناك.
اوكي. حسا اذا كان انت داير تكون مواطن فعلا انت بتحس على اساس انه في مشكله في الجيش، اتكلم بكلام يجمع كل المواطنين. Talk on behalf of the citizens of South Sudan. And we can ask our people that why our army is killing us. Because the army is not there targeting a particular community. And if you go back, the spokesperson said that I have nothing to do with the conflict between Bari and Bor. He said that in the beginning. And he was replying to the 5 points from the chairperson of the Bari community. So I'm here to say that, yes, you should be in the sympathy of being with your brother who's fighting with the government. لكن make sure, brother and sisters, ده نفس الجيش الشعب اللي كان بيحارب زمان مع الجيش الحكومي في السودان، وهو عارف بيستخدم المواطنين بياتوا طريقه عشان ما تيجي تقول لي لو زول لفت الليله ممكن يروح. مع نفس المنتاليتي، لو نفس زول بيعرف الحركه ده. في زمان عندنا واحد قال لي جناو كان بيلعب وابوه كان مشى قبيل ولقاه وخلاه عيان. لما ابوه مشى عمل نفسه اصلا ما عيان قاعد يلعب. لما ابوه جاء راجع شاف ابوه من بيت ده تاني رقد عمل نفسه عيان. ابوه قال له يا ولدي لو الكلام ده بيخلص كنا كملنا زمان القاعد تعمل فيه ده. يا اخي الحركه بتاع انه الناس المواطنين بيحسوا بعيالهم وبيجيبوهم بيستخدموهم من زمان. لان انا عندي اخوي سلطان مع الحكومه، وعندي اخوي كان اتمرد. بنعرف يا زمن بيجي بالليل بيعملوا له اكل كويس، يجي ياكل الاكل ويمشي عشان بكره ما يقول الاسره ده نيانيا جا فيه. وممكن يلقى كم من المعلومات. فقال الحاجه ده ديل نفس الجيش الشعبي اللي كان بيحاربه امبارح. فاعرف الكونكشن بين المواطن والعسكري اللي اتمرد عشان ما تجي تقول لي يعرفوا كيف. لا انا نفس المنتاليتي. فانا داير اقوله يا مواطن انا عارف في تحديد يا جماعه، وانا داير اقول لكم السلاطين دول بيحددوهم هم كمان، ما هم داخل جوبا وهم زادوا ما فيهم الزول ده زادوا اللي قال انا زول تعدس في الام ده كان لسه زادوا مره اصلا. وانا قلت كلام ده يومتها. هل في السودان زمان بتقدر تقول I'm proud قول بجيمس وانيجا ولا I'm proud of Samson Kwaji I'm proud of Samuel Abu John بدنوم برا في الخرطوم على الأقل في مؤتمر صحفي مع سفير الامريكي على الأقل لو فعلا في ناس من الناس ديل واعيين على الأقل لو بتعرف الكلام ده كويس بتقدر تقول في في مؤتمر صحفي بتاعتنا بانه نحن ما عندنا جيش ما عندنا اسلحه وقاعدين يقتلونا ونحن هنا ده ونحن proud of that person المتمرد وتنوم برا. يا جماعه يا جماعه لكن زي ما انا قلت ده كراهيه بس لناس معينين ما دايرين انهم حتى لو قالوا يعني عسل ده يطلع من خشومه مع عسل ده بيشوفوه الزفت. لكن في النهايه دايرين نقول كالهاتي سنظل جنوبيين. We need peace between us. دايرين peace أصلي peace that will give us everything that we need. ما في زول ما بيعرف انه في حاجات كنا دايرين انه ما لقيناهم. لكن كمان داير اقول في موضوع في ناس قاعدين يقولوا موضوع بتاع مواسير كان في مواسير في جوبا هسه ده قاعد تمشي جوبا صحيح. المواسير ده قفلت المواسير ده في زمن مجلس التنفيذ الاعلى في زمن بتاع هنا ده كل المواسير اتقفلت وما في زول بيقدر يناقش. لكن قد امشي جوبا هسه جوبا بتاع 2005 مع جوبا بتاع 2022 زي بعض. انا لقيت واحد في فندق اسمه هارموني في شارع الجبل فندق اسمه هارموني واحده جايه من 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 بريطانيا هي من ناس بتاع اريتريا قال لي انتو ديفلوبمنت بتاعكم ماشي سريع خالص وده حقيقه تقبل ولا ما بتقبلين اما عن الحاجات اللي بتحصل بعد الانفصال التواريخ العالميه موجوده حتى الان في بريطانيا الناس بتتكلم ديل بريطانيا ما رفضوا استغلال بتاع اسكتلند. في امريكا اللي قاعدين تتكلموا فيه ده الزنوج ما لسه قاعدين يقولوا بلاك لايف ماتر بعد امريكا البلاك ديل مشوا من 1600 لينكن قدام حريه ولسه قاعدين يقتلوا فيهم. ده عسكري قاعد يقتل حتى في زمن العسكري يقتل زول جاري ساكن يقتل زول ماشي مع ورا مع مره بتاعه بتخلوا قاعدين فيه ده والحاجات لا في جنوب السودان ده حاجه كبيره. لذلك ما حتلقى فرصه انه تغوط في جنوبنا هذا. ما نحن نريد انه ما في مواطن يقتل على يد الجيش لكن كمان ما في مواطن يجيب مشكله للناشونال سيكيورتي. ما تجيب لنا ديل لانه ديل خوارج ديل الناشونال سيكيورتي. فانا بجيب هنا لكن بالمناسبه ما كل اكواتوريان زي بعض لانه هم عارفين اكواتوريان ذاته الكلام اللي قاعدين نشجعوا فيه ده لانه عارفين الانفصال ده محتاج لحاجات كثيره جدا. لكن ده شغل بتاع توماس شرير هو اصلا انفصالي وحركه ناس حركه انفصاليه وحركه قبليه دايرين ولا ما دايرين دي حركه انفصاليه وقبليه وده معروف في ناس بتاعهم قاعدين يتكلموا هنا كلهم قبليين وانفصاليين اصلا. لكن ده محتاج لزمن اطول. اما باقي اكواتوريان الشرفاء اللي عارفين الدوله باقي باريا ديل ما نقدر نظلمهم كمان عندهم حقوق في الدوله بتاعنا. وشكرا.
اوكي تجد باي توصلت في بيت خلاص إلا ندي فرصة
Wilson.
اوكي منين تاخذ تليفون إلا ندي فرصة لسباتة. سباتة أنت قاعد؟ You want to ask something, First Lady?
Yes, Sabatas look like he's on the phone. Yeah, comrade Gabriel, كلامك صح. في حوادث كتير حصل، لكن لما يحصل زي ما قلت فعلا، لما يحصل في اتجاه بتاع بارغزال هنا ما قاعدين نعمل جوطة، لأن بنعرف بنقبل غلطتنا أصلا ككوميونيتي. لما حصل ضرب كان زمان 2006، ضربوا سلطان جون داو، وده كان في محكمة، اختلاف حصل بيناتهم، كسلاطين برام ودخلوا سبيليا، والسبيليا هم اللي بدأوا يضربوا. في نفس الوقت عملوا عورة، الجيش دخل، الجيش ضرب جامل، يعني انتقام جامد، لا نقول البدأ قال البادي في النهاية هو قاعد يكون مظلوم. جا ضرب قريب 32 من سبيليا، وهم قدروا قتلوا قريب 7 نفر من الجيش. وفي نفس الوقت نحن جينا عرفنا ده غلط، وده السبب اللي خلى كير ميادي بقى ما قاعد يعمل deployment أي جيش في ليج ستيت بسبب داكا، وهم ما عارفين ده هو الريزن السبب خلى كيدي بقى ما قاعد يعمل شنو في بايت الجيش بتاعه، لأن بقى الناس وايلز لما نيجي يساعدوكم انتوا دايرين تعملوا اعتداء للجيش، ونفس الوقت ده ابناء البلد يا كان تقتلهم ذاته يا هو الجيش. فمساب بتاعهم ده اساسا المفروض هم يكون يديفرنشيت فعلا، كوميونتي يكون كوميونتي برام، وما يتدخلوا في الشؤون بتاعت الريبيلينج. الريبيلينج ده بالذات is very crime, it's a crime. If you guys need to protect your people, don't let your people to be get involved. ولو كان زول شاطر زول اللي اسمه توما شيرلو ده كان ما المفروض يعمل ريبيلينج حقه ده في نص الناس، لازم ما هسه شتت هو يا شتت ناس. وفي نفس الوقت الكيلينج الماشي راوند ذا لونج رود ده قاعد يبدا بو، والمزيلم اكتر حاجه ده سبب واحد بس، لانه لونج رود اللي اسمه شارع بتاع النملي ده، شارع النملي هسه بيبقى فيه سكيورتي بتاع هاي خيالي، هم قاعدين يخطوا داخرينهم ده تاني، ولا ينزلوا اي سبيليان يضربوه زي ما هم دايرين، يا هو المزيلهم ده بس السبب ده السبب اساسا. فايتوا الكوميونتي لما كان تقبلوا اخطاء بتاعكم، اساسا اخطائكم ده ما في زول يمكن يجيكم تاني في حتتكم، لكن انت لما انتوا لخبطتوا المجرمين في نصكم، وانتوا عارفين انكم عيال صغار في ايدينكم، ده غلطتكم اصلا. وانا حاجي في ده هو اضافه بسيطه اضيفه لك. ثانك يو.
اوكي
ويلسون في كلام انا ما داير نتكلم، لكن داير نذكرك كان في انترفيو عملوا للجنرالات بتاع ناس last year by Charles Deng. لو كان في زول بقدر يعني to locate that one it is good. انا ديل اولاد باريزات يا كان بيتكلم انه قال حركه بتاع توماس ريلو دي حركه كبيره. I'm just let you know. Thank you.
Charles Dengze kind of mafi mana here, Lela. You know, I haven't seen him here. We will find it out. Okay, but his missus is down there. I don't know. Auntie Amur, his missus is kind of fat command. Was gonna tell her if Charlie is around at home, so that she let Charlie come, and then Charlie can come and talk about all that. We'll move on with the line. Professor.
Yeah, guys, معلش بن مدود انا بنزل عشان ادي فرصه للناس ثانيين لو في اي حاجه برجع.
أنا كان دايرك تقول هنا because لو عندك سؤالات ده تسأل من ناس سباتة مع أونيو and Dan تسأله.
خلاص كويس.
Okay.
Okay. reality ذاته فات أنا بعرف ماشي وين. لكن if Sabata is not there, I will go to Professor. Professor Fadal.
Wilson, do you want to play the voice or what?
Oh, I asked you before earlier, but then because you were on the phone, So I thought maybe we should continue with the line. But Matot, cha video, cha record a chape. Matot, that we can't hear his voice. Matot, do you think you can get out and come back? Okay, Madid, go ahead, play the audio, and then we'll continue with the line. We'll start with the Sabata, then Matot.
Okay. Well, let me go to the second item, which was a press statement which was released by the Bari community, by the Bari chairman, let me know if the sound is clear. Honorable Stephen Fatia Lago. That press statement was released on the 30th of December 2022. It was in response to a press statement that was released on the 26th of December 2022. Basically, the statement which was released, I don't know if I shared it with you. That statement was basically entitled "A Statement on Engagement with NAS Rebels." And let me read it so that at least you are on the same wavelength with us. That statement read as follows. On Christmas Eve, On Reiki was ambushed by NAS rebels near Marcaro Islands in Mangala Payam, Juba County of Central Equatorial State. To ensure the faithful celebrate the festive season in peace, mobile infantry units stormed NAS bases, resulting in neutralization of 5 rebels and the recovery of 30 rounds for 82 millimeter mortar round, and that the NAS base was captured. And after it was captured, we discovered it had around 1,000 foxholes or trenches. And into the Alf Canadic that were dug on the island. Then the statement went on to, that's this statement from SSPDF. Finally, SSPDF would like to reassure or assure the people of South Sudan that our own forces are still carrying out offensive operations to flush out NAS rebels on several islands they have been occupying between Juba and Mangala. That was the statement that I had released on the 26th of December 2020 in my capacity as the spokesperson of the SPDF. And that was after consultations with the Chief of Defense Forces and the Assistant Chief of Defense Forces for Operations, Lieutenant General Toichairet. That text was agreed upon based on the facts that are read. Now, in response to that statement on the 30th, the Bari community, under the leadership of Honorable Stephen Fatia Lago, released a statement entitled "A Statement on the Mangala Crisis." The document was 5 pages long. It talked about a number of issues, mostly detailing recurrent clashes between armed Bari youth, starting all the way from southern Bari, Lulubo, up to here around Mangala. They basically gave a detailed account of how it allowed started between different Bari youth with the Nkabur cattle herders. I want to concentrate on what was touching on the Dinkabur cattle herders. What was happening between Dinkabur cattle herders and armed Bari youth is not my issue. But I'm picking out on what touched on the SPDF. One, the areas that touched on us, and these are the areas that I'm responding to after consultations and directives from the Chief of Defense Forces, General Santino Denwall, and the Assistant Chief of Defense Forces for Operations, Lieutenant General Toichairet. These are the 4 areas that were pointed out by the chairperson of Bari community. 1, Bari community accused SSPDF of labeling them as NAS rebels. 2. Bari community chairperson called for withdrawal of SSPDF forces deployed on both eastern and western banks of Bahr el-Jabal, which is commonly known or locally known as Superior River. Third, the Bari community chairperson called for an investigation of SSPDF spokesperson, who is me, for releasing what they are termed as discriminatory, irresponsible, the spelling here is wrong, irresponsible, baseless, and unproven statement. And that the statement we are released was based on political influence of the leadership of the Inkabur Catalades. Fourth, that we had shelled islands that are being inhabited by indigenous Bari community in order to kill power, balance of firepower in favor of the Inkabur Catalades. These are the four accusations that were directed at SSPDF by the Bari community chairperson. After consultations and putting our heads together, we said before we could respond, we would like to ask the following four fundamental questions. And these four fundamental questions requires satisfactory answers from the chairperson of Bari community. 1. Who ambushed our Reki squad on Christmas Eve? Was our squad ambushed by armed Bari youth or NAS rebels? Question number 2. After we engaged the NAS rebels, we were able to recover between 15 to 30 shells for 82 millimeter mortar, Hawan, on one of the islands. Do the armed youth from Bari community own this mortar? That's another fundamental question. Secondly, we were able to find foxholes or defensive trenches dug on one of the islands. The other question is, were those foxholes or defensive trenches dug by armed youth from Bari community or by NAS rebels? Third, on the 14th of December 2022, 2 boats belonging to a businessman named Wanjat Kik were attacked between Kondogoro Islands and Mangala. In those attacks, 4 people were killed and 3 wounded. The question is, who attacked those boats? Armed Bari youth or NAS rebels? The same last year, a Chinese working for ARC, Road Construction Company, and a soldier from SSPDF that was escorting or providing security to the road construction workers were ambushed and shot dead along Juba to the Keka Road. The million-dollar question is, who killed that foreigner? Armed Bari youth or NAS rebels? These are the 4 fundamental questions that we would like the Honorable Chairperson of Bari community, Honorable Stephen Fetia Lago, to give us satisfactory answers. Because he had denied our version of events based on proper intelligence we had received from our intelligence officers. In our response to the areas, 1 is that we in the SSPDF do not favor any of our communities. Anywhere in the Republic of South Sudan, you know where there are fightings, communal clashes, starting with clashes here in central Equatorial, recurrent clashes between armed Bari youth and cattle ladders from Bor. We do not favor them. Instead, to bring it closer home, after the president issued a Republican order directing for cattle herders to be escorted back to their original places, we provided escort. We in the SPDF provided escort all the way to the Gabor cattle herders so that they go back to their places of origin. We did the same to cattle herders from Terekeka, Mundari. They were provided escort and went back to their places of origin. And even His Excellency the President complied with the demand from the Bari community for cattle to be withdrawn from their land. And as a result, he transported back his cattle to his homeland. So this is an indication that it is untrue for us to be accused of having favored Dinkabur cattle herders in their fight with Bari youth. On the withdrawal of SSPDF forces, these are response. On the call for SSPDF forces to be withdrawn from both sides of Bahar al-Jabal, it is purely and primarily the business and the prerogative of the Chief of Defense Forces and other commanders under his command to decide on when and where to deploy forces anywhere in the Republic of South Sudan based on prevailing security threats. It is not the business of a given community leader to come, call media outlets and tell them we are demanding for a withdrawal of the National Army from a given piece of land anywhere in the Republic. If there are any reasons for the forces, if there are issues arising from the deployment of the forces, like he had said, some of the forces deployed there, he had realized that they are causing insecurity. I believe if there are cases of insecurity being posed by forces deployed on both sides of the river, then there must have been individual cases, and there's a remedy. Whenever you misbehave as an individual soldier deployed at any given area, we go surgical. We identify the person who is causing problems and is held accountable. So it is not the business of the chairperson of Mandari community to call for a withdrawal of SSPDF forces anywhere in Bari land or any given community leader. Third, based on the statement I read, if you had captured it very well, and I will still go ahead share it with you on your WhatsApp. We in the SSPDF General Headquarters, they are not labeled the Bari community as NAS rebels. In the statement which I had signed, I made it very clear, we made it very clear that there are some islands between Juba and Mangala that are being inhabited by NAS, that there is presence of NAS on some of the islands. We did not say members of the Bari community that are staying in some of those islands are NAS rebels. Fourth, he had accused us of selling islands that are being inhabited by civilians from the Bari community. We are saying no. After our Reka was ambushed, reinforcements were sent. We engaged those who had ambushed our security personnel, pursued them, and we ended up killing them where they had hit on the island. If they were not NAS rebels that ambushed our security forces, and then now it is very crystal clear that they were armed Bari youth. And in any case, even if you don't have that level of being a rebel, if you go around attacking military personnel as they go about their business on the road, as they go about their patrols, vehicular patrols or foot patrols, you go about attacking them, and then you are considered as an hostile armed element that deserves to be neutralized, regardless of getting a label as a rebel. So if they were the Bari youth that had ambushed our security personnel that were doing patrols on Christmas Eve, then they are guilty of attacking the National Army. Fifth, which is the last point. Now that our leadership, especially the one under the leadership of Honorable Stephen Fetia Lako, we in the SSPDF General Headquarters are calling and demanding for a joint fact-finding mission and verification team to be sent to some of the islands where we discovered foxholes and defensive trenches, as well as show them the mortar shells we are recovered after our engagement with NAS rebels. So that they tell us for sure, NAS Alafaro Kanadik, Dama NAS Bita NAS, Demo the Shabab al Musalain Bita Bari. Lanu Anna, for the first time for me to come to Greater Equatorial, I came here in 1991. My first area of deployment was Capoeira. I came around Juba here, July 1992. I was based in southern Bari, to be specific, in Kurkitu, at the headquarters of late John Kung. And I was again redeployed here in 2003, in the whole of Greater Equatoria. And up to now, I've been in and out of Greater Equatoria for the last 31 years, in and out of Greater Equatoria. I had worked in Maghreb as the head of NCOs. I had worked in Maghreb as deputy chief for administration. 2010, worked in Greater in Eastern Equatoria. 2009 as chief for administration. 2012, I was chief for administration in Yambia. I have never come across any base being owned by civilians where trenches are dug. And my shuktu is a new development. Wama asali mani shuktu musalain in any given community in Eastern Equatoria state, they are owning motor in either Hawanat. This is a new development. فلو مواطنين العام يود بتاع باري هم وصل في درجة تسلية بتاعهم بقي عندهم حيوانات, then is a new development. لو وصل في درجة بقي بعفروا كنادق, and then is a new military tactic that must be at least so that we get to know. But otherwise, if we went to other communities, we know other communities in South Sudan, they are heavily armed. Telgandum Pikamat, Baginza to Indu Tualpat, we know. We know. Lakin is a new development for Bari. For this is the end of my briefing regarding what has been happening. Otherwise, under any other business, under any AOB, the floor is open for you to ask your questions.
Okay. Honorable Wilson, the microphone is back to you.
All right, shukran shadid, Mr. Madid Majak. And now whoever is coming next will definitely know what we are going to talk about. Apparently, the chance was going to Sabata, then followed by Matot. They are both not here. So the chance will go to Onyoshide next. And the other thing too, Madid, I'm going to make a very important phone call just for 2-3 minutes, and then I will be back straight away before 5 o'clock, because we got 12 minutes to 5 o'clock here in Australia, and the office closes at 5 o'clock. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so I'll make that phone call, and then Onyoshide can come through. Or if there's someone who would like to interject, and then Onyoshide will come, because I would really love to hear Onyoshide, what he has to say from very beginning. Shukran.
Okay. So do you want him to go?
Yeah, let Onyeshide go ahead. Or if someone would like to interject, and then Onyeshide will come straight away. You can interject for 2 minutes, interject, and then I will come and give Onyeshide straight away. It's just a quick phone call. Shukran.
Let me interject. Now I have accepted the challenge, and the Afghan Society members in the Great Equatoria, at this point, they are no longer going to be allowed to leave Eguduana until further notice. Ya Maduranyar, If these people now have joined the war with suppression, this must be brought down to their knee. If they want war, Al-Harab Jailum Al-Utul. So what they for the Tani also in the as in pictures, as in as war but at Zara, as war win. If we cannot see the pictures, but another Zaraya, Gala Koluda, in the next 48 hours, the message has been very clear to the African society. You cannot leave the Equatorial region. You must stay there because you have the right to live there and sit in South Sudan. The Fizulu Kalam Zeda, you need to present the case, pictures of Zara in the next 48 hours. Let us say, around Palau, if there is war, and as a good rule, we are ready to go and combat in the front line. The NAS has declared the war, as in Fasulu, no inch of the Republic of South Sudan will be allowed to live. There are Sala Gouye, let us Kalamda, and this message has been approved by Agun Lagun Wine. I yield back the mic and I will wait for my time when it comes to speak.
Okay, thank you, what? Actually, while we're waiting for Wilson to come back and give a chance to Chide, First Lady, do you have to say something?
No, just let the line go. I'm okay.
Okay.
Move the line.
So who's next? Actually, okay, let us give a chance. So while we're waiting, because Wilson want to wait for Chide to speak while Wilson is here. So Manon, Comrade Manon, do you have to say something? Okay. So let me go to Dan.
Go to Dan.
Dan, now you there?
Yes, I think on Yossi is in the form of me. I come after him.
Yeah, I know, because we escaped him because we waited for Wilson. So Wilson said that he want to be here while he want to listen what the Chide say. So that's why I escaped him.
Okay, Madid, just for some clarifications. I know Wilson wanted to hear from me, Mr. Honorable. He wanted to hear from me. So just before he comes, I would like a little bit of clarification because the audio was different. The audio was from military perspective and from a government's perspective. But all I hear here, what I was hearing was, it was the community issues, it was the Upper Nile, Equatorial, the Bari, it was all mixed up in all over the place. I would like just clarification so I can focus on one thing.
Okay, before
Just
I do
Agot
that,
was say, and Agot said,
before I do
Upper
that,
Nile society accepted the war with Equatorians, and war is coming to them, which means coming to Equatorians. And then he said NAS has declared war to separate, and we need farm pictures as well. So I don't know which is which. What farms? If NAS is a rebel, I don't think NAS has farms to show to anybody. These farms belong to civilians, Equatorian citizens. And if a god is ready for war with NAS, then a god needs to go see where NAS is.
Excuse me,
So society is something different from the rebel movement, unless you are telling me, God, Molona, that this is war between the Equatorians and Upper Nile.
Let me interject in here. Let me say this. What a word say is his own opinion, and he's entitled to it. But let us not respond to what person say. So I would like to direct you to the topic regarding about that. And before I direct you to the topic, I would like to have you use are you, because I invited this, don't take this question as a personal, but I want to know, are you a NAS member? on that, because I tried to invite NAS member up here to answer this question up here on the top. So Simon Abuya, I invited him for several minutes and he refused to come up. So I want to know, are you a NAS member? So that I should know, because the topic up here, I would like NAS member to answer it. And I want you guys to have a chance to speak and to explain yourself to the NAS. I mean, I don't want to before I hear from you that whether you are a NAS member or not, because I want NAS member to explain themselves the accusation or fact evidence that we hear in the video video clip that I play. So that is what I would like. You can answer my question, and Wilson is here, and then you can go on with your speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Honorable is back. So I was going to ask the same question, because the title says a NAS hiding behind Bari community / Equatorial as a region. So I was going to ask the question, is this between the government and the rebels, this platform, or this platform is for the people of South Sudan as citizens of South Sudan to come and contribute and give their own opinions, whether NAS is hiding behind Bari or behind Equatorial as a region? And then what do Equatorians say as a region? Because you guys mentioned Equatoria as a people up here. Even if it is a region for you, but it is a people for me as an Equatorian. So I was going to ask, is this topic or discussion or debate among the political entities, which is the government, supporters of the government, and the revolution, the NAS?
Okay, thank you. Let me answer your question, and my question is still hanging. You didn't answer it yet. So the question, your answer simply, this platform is for all Junubin, for all South Sudanese, regardless whether you are a government supporter or rebel supporter or NAS supporter or opposition supporter. So none of the above. Everybody, as long as South Sudanese, you are invited in this room and contribute your opinion regarding about the topic. So I hope I answer your question in that short, but my question is still hanging.
Thank you. So then I will contribute as a South Sudanese and a citizen of that country called South Sudan, and as an Equatorian, because Equatoria is mentioned. So whether NAS is behind Equatoria or using Equatoria as a seal, that's what I'm going to focus on. Because Equatoria has been linked to NAS.
How about if they are also hiding behind Bari?
Well, Bari is Equatoria as well. I will now come to it, to that. I think you wanted someone from Bari.
Okay, you pick it from wherever you can pick it from.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So if NAS is hiding behind the Baris and Equatoria as a whole, I would say no, because that's two things that are separate. NAS is a movement with principles, with manifestos. Equatoria and Bari as a people are a different entity. This is a society, this is a community, whether it is in central Equatoria or anywhere in Equatoria, these are the people of South Sudan that has nothing to do with the rebellion. Now, after hearing the audio clearly said they captured the base, which is in an island, which is within Mangala, where the civilians are. And the questions were asked, the mortars, the 82 millimeters mortars, the trenches, and the ambush done to reconnaissance that was attacked, and the boat of the businessman was attacked. So I think the general was trying to find answers. Who did those things? Who was behind the attacks? One thing I would like to say to the general or to the people of South Sudan on this platform and to all the moderators up here. The general came up with no statistic of how many soldiers were killed in that engagement. He said they were engaging with rebel, with NAS. He didn't come with a statistic of how many army were killed or how many security forces were actually casualties in that engagement. Two, he said he's been in Equatorial, in and out in Equatorial for the last 30 years, and he has never seen any trenches dug by the youth. He has never seen any Equatorian youth having guns, and this is a new development. I will 100% agree and say this is a new development because Equatorial has never been into this kind of business of destroying the country. Equatorial has never been in a business of creating havoc, has never been in a business of violence. But because they have been dragged into it, Equatorial has to defend itself. That means then the youth have to do whatever they have to do, like any other South Sudanese today that has the borders, that has the sophisticated weapons, and roaming around in the street of South Sudan, on the street of South Sudan, even killing the army. I never heard the general saying Equatorian youth killed an army. But here's one thing he said. He said a soldier was killed in a farm, guarding one of the general's farm. And on the 7th, he says criminals from Pibor administrative area attacked our security forces that went out as individuals for fishing in the outskirts of what? So they went fishing, they were killed. He called them criminals. Also in somewhere in in Bargazal, the soldier was killed in attack while guarding large agricultural farm by criminals. He never said these are rebels. He never said this is the youth. He was not even surprised. But when it comes to Equatorial never killed anybody, and he was surprised just Equatorial having trenches, which they call foxholes. And he can't even prove to us if he has any video of these foxholes. And he can even prove to us if he has an 82 millimeter mortar cells.
You mean Equatorian have never killed anybody as of the past or currently?
Based on the audio, on the report that was read to the people of South Sudan, he never mentioned anything of any security force being killed by any Equatorian youth. What he said was just finding 1,000 trenches. How can you tell the people of South Sudan finding 1,000 trenches while there's no single person dying?
Hang on. How about the killing
Don't
of
interrupt me. Let me give my submission, then you talk to me later.
You can't just lie. Equatorial have never killed anybody because we can go into the history that even dates back to 80s.
We base our arguments on the topic you brought and on the audio that you played.
Equatorial has always killed people on the roads.
And Lurua never came up with any statistics because he has never come with any statistic that Equatorian youth has killed a soldier, not even SSPDF.
Questions have been asked. Is it the NAS or the Equatorian doing this?
Here's one thing he said. Just let me finish my submission.
Yeah, is it the NAS or the Bari?
Here's one thing.
Stop doing the booth and stop lying to yourself, yeah, Ustaz.
I'm talking about Equatorians here.
Don't tell us 17 minutes have gone in vain.
Really?
Go ahead. Yeah, don't tell us 17 minutes that we listen to the audio has gone in vain. We listened to it earlier and we just listened to it just then.
I'm responding to the audio. I'm responding to what people are saying for the people of South Sudan to understand, because Lurua is listening as well. And here, and if you remember, he has been apologetic. This man has been apologetic. Okay. Here's one thing he said. The South Sudanese People Defense Forces said it has dislodged the White Army militia in Upper Nile State and Greater People Administrative Area. He calls some people, militia, army militia, White Army militia. While the use of Equatorial non-militia, they become rebels, according to you, Marianjar. While the White Army with sophisticated weapons are just militia. And he's surprised to see a new development in Equatorial now, Equatorial also defending themselves. How is that fair and how is that possible? White Army has crossed from Jungule to Cholo Kingdom. Equatorial youth has never crossed to any Jungule, has never crossed to any Bargazal area, has never crossed the White Nile to any place. Equatorial youth has been in Mangala defending themselves in the, in the islands, in their homeland. They never gone to anybody's land. But the White Army has crossed to somebody's land.
Jamo, can we stay on the topic?
And
Onyoshide, I had to meet you. What do you mean they are defending their land? Who shot the boats? Who shot and killed the Chinese construction worker with an escort from the South Sudan People Defense Forces? Who has been attacking Motinin Bitabor? Who dug the trenches or the foxholes? Who fired the rounds from the mortars, the 82mm mortar shells that were found? Who fired them? Ask the Bari community or the NAS. So that one itself, you should pick it from there instead of talk about blah, 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 blah. That won't help, my friend.
Okay, I think you just came after you picked up your phone. Marit earlier said this is a South Sudanese forum where people discuss about the issue of South Sudan. And if I ask a question, if it is NAS between NAS and government, and if it is NAS, then I have no business to do with NAS here because this, I'm not a spokesperson for NAS or I'm not NAS spokesperson. And this is between communities. This is between the people of South Sudan to find solutions to discuss about the issues. So now I'm talking. You asked me a question. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. You said defending the land. I didn't say the youth were defending the land. The youth were fighting in their own land. That's what I said. They never crossed to anybody's land or home state. The White Army has crossed from Jungule to Cholo Kingdom. They have never been called rebels. They have never been done anything to them. They call them militia. While the youth in Equatorial today are becoming rebels and become the headlines of the news in South Sudan, and for some people here on Clubhouse.
He referred to them as militia in that Johnson alone had to go and attack the territories where the White Army hails from, the Fangak. Okay? Johnson alone attacked them first, and they retaliated by attacking Cholo. And they are militias, tribal militias. They are not as, what is it called? Like if Bari admitted that it is them doing it, they will be considered as Bari youth militias. And he did not refer to Bari as rebels, and he stated that at the end. All he said, who did this? Is it the Bari youth, Bari armed youth, or the NAS rebels? And now you are complicating things that Equatorians have been called rebels. Okay. Now, he said he has been across Equatoria since 1991, and he's 31 years of experience in Equatoria. Motanin don't dig foxholes. And the militias even don't own motors, unless if this is a new development. Because the chairman of the Bar community is denying the presence of the NAS forces in the area. I don't know what sort of
Wilson,
English that you studied.
Wilson, can I try to answer these questions? I was earlier out
Yeah,
Sabata, wait, let me,
Onyosi is the type of person who,
Sabata, let me
is the
finish.
type of person
Let,
who's always defensive and like
no,
to
let me finish.
construe things.
Let me finish, and then Sabata will come. You know,
Okay. Don't
don't cut me.
misconstrue anything. Don't misconstrue anything.
No,
Just
I'm
take
just
it
giving my
as
I'm just giving
person
my
problem.
arguments. I'm just giving my arguments. And
Well, your
if
argument doesn't make sense here. Nothing is relevant.
Lulua is saying is surprised, you shouldn't be surprised, because today in South Sudan we all know that the civilians have sophisticated weapons, and even to kill 4 soldiers in what town in Ural County, that was today, the 11th. They killed 4 SSPDF. These are civilians. They call them youth, armed youth. And in Equatoria, it's a new development that he's surprised. You shouldn't be surprised. Why can't be surprised of what is happening in Ural today? So that is biased. It's not fair
The Ural
to treat
admitted,
Equatorians,
Asma,
to treat the youth of Equatorians and say NAS is hiding.
There's difference between Bari community and Ural. The Ural, they came head on and they are known, it was done by Ural youth. Now Bari youth are not in the picture. They are in total denial. Meanwhile, the Uralis, they didn't deny any shit. And there's no Uralis that is supporting any rebel group in the area, and there's no rebel group that is active in Yerul. You need to understand the difference. So stop mucking things up. Instead of being defensive unnecessarily, talk of what has been said. Thank you. You may continue for another 1 minute. But if you keep on branching off, we don't have time to redirect you all the time. You will go down definitely. Shukran. Go ahead. Gabriel Asbo.
So that's to me is an intimidation, and that's to me is not fair. There's no democracy, because he wanted to hear from me. I think you should let me finish, and I'll be up here also listening to other people. So right now you're not gonna give me a chance, because I knew you just want to call me up here and then do this to me. But I will go down, because for me it's a waste of time as well. I don't want to be controlled. I don't want to be.
I had to drop you. There's no time for your nonsense. Chill out. Fizol Dariamul Mudakila Hina. Because I tried to explain things to him and redirect
Yeah,
him.
أنا عندي مداخلة داير أرد له في مواضيع.
ده انا ثبات انا طبعا من قبل لسه ما اتكلمت.
Sabata. That root leo will just mudakila. Lo de mudakila bes de giga. Lakin lo kida ila nadu fursa le sabata and then tamul mudakila yala to root leo.
لا مداخلة لكلام اللي هو قاله وأصلا ما يعني ما ردينا له. هو قال it's a new development for the Equatorian youth because they have been forced to. I was about to ask who forced them to take the gun if they are not a members of NAS, because we know NAS is a rebel group and they have manifesto, which is they are asking the South Sudanese to join them. But what happened exactly to Equatorian youth who is forcing them to hold a gun? That's what I was asking. The other thing, he said that why Equatorian youth has been labeled as the rebel and they are malicious. First of all, what we know about Agwalek is a tribal
Gabriel,
organization.
no one even in the audio, no one labeled Equatorian as malicious. No one even labeled Bari youth as malicious.
Yes.
They say
that
he only stated that in his 31 years of experience, he has never seen anything like that, unless if it is a new development. And he called the White Army malicious, but not the Bari youth, nor Equatorians.
Yes. So what
but
we want to make sure...
Who did this? He was questioning who did this and that. Is it the Bari youth, the Bari Army youth, or the NAS? Because the Bari community are in total denial
of the presence of NAS. Now go ahead.
Yes. So what I wanted to say, let us talk. Yes, we are here as a tribal. Okay, a tribe. We are as tribe in South Sudan, and everyone could defend his tribe. But if we come in the term that we have to talk as nationalists, as the people of South Sudan, we have to put things in the right place. We are discussing what happened between the chairperson of Bari and the spokesman of DPF. Okay, so what happened here? Bari, even in his statement, he didn't say that Bari are rebels. Where they got this information from? Okay, and now they made a statement. A statement should be a statement direct to the army, the national army. If there is an statement that labeling them that they are rebels, while nothing says that. And when they said that we knew that there are activities of NAS here, they came in and said, no, we don't want you. And they didn't say that we don't want NAS. So here there is a contradiction. ليه هم دايرين جيش لكن هم دايرين الناس ديل دايرين ناس حتى لو ما نطقوا كلمة إنه we are proud of Thomas Cirillo, okay, showing that they are proud of NAS to be there, and they are not proud of South Sudanese army. هنا يا جماعة انتوا اللي بتدخلوا انفسكم في مطب يعني. ده اللي كنت داير اقوله، نحن نتكلم كجنوبيين انه لو في مشكله نحلها كجنوبيين، ما تعزل نفسك لانه في قاعده من اكواتوريا ومن باريا في الجيش الشعبي.
Gabriel, can I ask a question? I have a question for you, Gabriel. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me tell you this, Gabriel. Zaman Nuer Mashi Beitu Suluk, Katolu Suluk. Le government ma Masha hina. Le ma Masha hina kashan help ana Suluk naman Nuer Mashi Katolom. Le musu general bita spokesman mini ajere mini military spoke. Bemshi bul bari umon rebel le umon beamulu kida demo atinin even spokesman beta nas ma indu nas hinak. He was saying there is no any single nas soldier over there, nothing. Why government label the Bari or Equatorial communities is a rebel?
Hey,
Dan,
hey,
Adana
listen,
Kati
listen.
Shaka.
You behind the mute.
Okay.
Keep it low. Keep it
Fidget,
low.
fidget,
Kakida.
resolu
Kakida.
tamaru.
Dagiga. Ya keep it low Wascott ya. Yonguda. Nalwel dagiga keeping. Ya Dan. Adana Shagal. Where did this spokesperson state that Bari are rebels? And where did he state that Equatorians are rebels? Do you want the audio to be replayed so that you hear it again in case
Message, their message, Madud. Their message, they say Bari is a rebel. Or which mean, or Equatoria all, they are rebel.
Gali Bari is a rebel. Not, he did not say Bari is a rebel.
No.
Uma Gali Bari is a rebel. Gali, did the Nas rebel or Bari community did this or Bari armed youth? He did not say rebel, nor did he call Bari community malicious. Yaki, the
Okay,
audio is there. It can be played again. The audio can be played again if you want. Stop wasting our time if you don't understand English. Kada, let's move on to Sabata. Sabata, Fadal Kira.
ممكن نرد له سؤالين يا مدود، سؤالين
اي
الهو سأل عن أقوى
شكرا
لكن
مدود.
السؤال بتاع ده ما
رانا
جاب كلام
عملوا
ثاني،
point.
والزول ده كمان ما قادر يفهم انجلش. احسن بكثير نمشي مع سب ثبات. فضل قبل لا تجي. اوكي لو دار سؤال اساله من ثبات هو بيجيبه. Madud, it's a zol bita propaganda, man. You don't know anything about it. You talking? Propaganda. Adana can win Gibel can Gadialabu. I was there. I was there. Now you are saying Equatorial they killed. Anzil Ted. Mr. Sabata, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, yes, first of all, thank you, Lefursa. And then you asked some specific questions, and those are the questions that Lul Rai are demanding satisfactory answers to. And what provoked this is, I think Lul Rai is trying to come and justify that there is National Salvation Front, Manatic, Alu mentioned, and that the Bari community is denying this just deliberately and accused them of what they are talking about. But here is what I want to say. The specific question Salu Salu is over 1,000 holes, foxholes. Ugal debita nas nunu. So Aldo Gatiasa al das barrier. I think Lulroy, those potholes or foxholes, bita jesh bita kunzaro. Dema bita nas barrier. They bita jesh bita kun. Dema bita National Salvation Front. Le. Because Kanadig de wala foxholes de you go when. Magay fi Juba County. Magul National Salvation Front bukun into bases fi Juba County. This is just simple logic. These are rebels. Uman gija kutu bases tomon fi Juba County kef. Italo simit kalamal Lulroy Gwonusu. He was saying al assassino they were able to dismantle bases with that National Salvation Front. The Manatic de al who mentioned Gerib ma Payam bitat Mangala Hinagde, which is in Juba County. Magul National Salvation Front bigger in Juba County. That doesn't make sense, of course. I think Lulroy is just fabricating that. The other thing is, Lulroy Gal, they were able to secure 15 to 30 cells with at 82 millimeters. Hounds, cells with at hounds. Okay, Lulroy, is that this belongs to National Salvation Front, which I can take a bonus to cells them anatu. It has been fired. National Salvation Front, bidugu 15 to 30 haunat. Degidugu moshunu, Fijuba County. Where is the effect? Malunas Marv. Musgalal, Shakla Daham, Nessa Bitafi, Christmas Eve. Okay. Kedenasa Nasal Fijuba County in Akalamul Christmas Eve. Kamistashar Leteletin Haunat. Dugu moshunu. Dugu mo babur, wala dugu moshunu. Clearly,
the round, Umagal Dorobu, they found rounds, which are Talgarbit round.
Lala, they found cells, the farik. Cells, the farik. Manatu atalaga Darabu.
Okay.
Yes, that's cells.
Okay.
Cells.
Yeah, they shells. Yes. Lakin, but then there was military confrontation on the island. And this is whereby they got the 1,000 foxholes.
Okay, point I'm trying to say. Foxholes, they should know they Canadic. Canadic, they bita jesh bita hena. They ma bita National Salvation Front. They bita jesh bita zaro. Why do you think? The Juba County ma jesh inak ma haikun into Canadic? Does it make sense? Rebels, National Salvation Front, ya bukun into Canadic the Juba County?
Okay, the clarification I would like to make here, Mr. Sabata. Just hang on. If John Ochang is there, can someone bring John Ochang? And someone by the name Joseph Wani. Gebel is born or is born. One is of a good photo, you know, that there's presence of 10,000 armed youth with Bari that have been trained in the area, and shit can happen in Juba anytime soon. I'm speaking according to their language. I would like John Ochang or Joswani, if they are here, to raise up their hands, and then they will come and confirm that for you to understand what we are talking about exactly.
And Napoleon also.
Okay.
And
Here is the
Napoleon
thing.
Command.
Kalas Quest, Wilson.
So
If you are talking,
okay?
La,
We are
no,
talking about
I've responded. Wilson, you want me to respond? You want me to respond le Kalambita Luruide? So I responded by kind of refuting Al Assassino. Kalamata Luruide does not make any sense. Lakin Kanita Bigul, Al Assassino Nas Jono Chang did say Al Assassino 1,000 youth bitat Bari who are trained. I Malu, Makeda Bari get trained. What is wrong with that? Nas White Army get trained, Nas Bitaum. Dinka are training the Dut Kubeni and training some other militias. The Murle are also training community defense units. You know, everybody is training community members. Malu Bariama be trained community members. Makeda Bari train community members. Bardo. Laano Bari has been suffering attacks from cattle herders. How are they going to defend themselves?
Is Bari suffering from who? Is Bari suffering from who when they have their own cows? How are you gonna suffer about somebody's cows when you have your own cows?
Let me finish.
لكن عندك بقرة انت براك عندك بقرة حقك كيف انت تزعل من بقرة بتاع زول وانت براك عندك بقرة بتاعك؟
I'm responding Wilson, who is saying that there is an allegation Al Assassino Bari have trained over 1,000 youth. Maluma, let them train. Mana school of Sudan get train youth. And then Azata Ajura train youth bitana. This is a mechanism for community defense. Isn't it true? Al Assassino of Junub Sudan in communities are defending themselves. So Bari Agistana, you know, Bari lazim be train youth bitam. So it is good that the Bari are training their youth. Umonzado youth bitam de Kanazo Musahada Hanazado Sabat, I'm ready to give my help. Because it to come and go the help Lenas Bitakun come and grant the community defense. Ma Junub Sudan do has the Aslan. So what is exceptional, Mabari? They will have to do it. So
you sound stupid, brother. You sound stupid because the reason why I say you sound stupid, excuse my language, because in the time country, but you want to make your own country. Why are you involving yourself in politics with South Sudan and you are not from South Sudan? Question mark.
Lala, and now going to Kalamta country channel again. Anyways, Wilson, this is the thing. Number
Do
one,
not open your mouth one more time. We just want to discuss something here, and we want to get some answers out.
Okay. What
Let Sabata talk.
Answer to?
No, Dagiga Sabata. Another knock kalima yafta mic hago. Okay? So that you speak and then someone will answer you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Kalamu fi haja hilu kalamu kulu usaka.
Very good, Wilson. They are sense. They are logical and ours winning. So, Brother Wilson, here is the thing. Number one, it is okay for barricade train community defense bitaum because baride ahwana bitana. Okay, da ahwana bitak bardo. So they are suffering enough from humiliations or atrocities from other communities. Like for example, when the Dinkabor comes, they durugu nas bitam filokiliri geribde. Who gave a damn? It is only the Bari who cried, you know. Wala nas luluboki cried. Their families wajat beshikil zere. Nobody cared. So they really have to train to defend themselves because Junub Sudan zere. This is that. Lulroy kalamata lulroy wonu sire magi make sense. Nimra wahid. Those foxholes alogonu sire debita jesh. Why am I saying debita jesh? Because it is in Juba County. If Juba County, National Salvation Front can never be in Juba County. It is impossible. Can National Salvation Front be into Canada for Juba County? Kalas, they come back their sagi to Hakuma at any time. So Kalande Magi makes sense. The 15 to 25 cells that Hawanade, I don't think National Salvation Front has ever used such kind of Hawanat around Juba County. Otherwise, it would have been known by everybody with Akil Juba and so Kalamate Kuluma makes sense. Thank you very much. Can I will answer.
All right.
Yes,
Is
I
there
have the
anyone who
question
would
to.
Agur and Anok
Yes, I have the
Kamakoja?
question to this Savanter. I want to ask you if the Bari people have to.
Do you people want this room to be disorganized? We have big people here who can ask some vital questions. Alekala, be patient. Okay. Now, Gabriel, can you ask your both questions from Sabata, please? Gabriel.
انا معاك
Gabriel,
القضيه. انا كنت داير ارد لزول النزل ده جبال
Kalas,
اسمه
root
منو.
lem kulam sawa. Root lem kulam sawa. Okay.
خلاص انا خلينا اطلع من المحل اللي فيه جوطه ده، نرجع المكتب، خلي الزول تاني يجي انا برد عليهم. اوكي
Kalas. Okay. في زول تاني داير يسأل question?
Madud, na wijo pingen mayan dengdi, era nera jam da bay. Usas.
Mayan Dengit was here, but I don't know. Okay, he's right there.
I just want to add
We'll
something.
people ahead. Okay, Wilson, Fadal.
My question to Sabata, it seemed like they are running away to the truth. Yani, before the Lurwite come out in the second time, Bari were noising that, Nas Bitaman Kulu Tarardufi Island. It seemed like you guys, when you were crying, including the former mayor, that people were chased out in Ireland. So to me, those islands where the body were there. So if there are any train that has that should be questioned direct to the body, because a week ago you were crying that not batakum taratobara kulufi island. So you cannot turn around now to Gulgal Kal Gate Bitai. No, I don't think that's true. Because both of you guys were complaining, including the mayor, Gidaman American, Galun not Kulu Taratofi Highland. So I don't think what you try to twist around Gal Canada Kenag Debita United. No. So that's what I want to add. It is not a question, but it is a statement. Thank you.
Yeah, but Brother Thornkur, Gabli statement, Dulwe, you say something important earlier, like 1 hour and a half ago. You say that couple of months ago, Brother Charles Ding made a video a year or 2 years ago about them. And we have a video on them. And thank God now, Brother Charles Ding is here. Can you just add this a little thing that you make a comment on it early, that for him to understood that, and they want to be a South Sudanese or they want to go back to Congo where they belong?
I am waiting for my time now. So if I keep Jack, maybe I will not get my chance. So I will come.
I don't know.
Now, if I drop someone now, they will say to drop people. If I do this, it will be like this. But someone is not behaving himself or herself. That's terrible. Charles is here, the person of interest that you guys would like to come. So Wilson, come state your point and go ahead, and then Charles will come in here. I asked before, does anyone want to ask Sabata a question?
Did Mayandeng spoke?
No, I came before Mayan. If we are going before.
So Wilson will go ahead and then a vote and then Mayan. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, please.
All right.
And then you are not, don't open your mic again. Thank
you.
I'm not gonna open my mic along you leaving Equatorial trying to manipulate our brain. I'm not gonna lakin man monjang bija man chip my di bengai. Lakin bumi the Equatorial kau be right good and kriyata dinkan. Simple as that.
All right, thank you,
Go ahead,
guys.
Wilson.
This topic last night, I came late. I was about to contribute.
Another thing too, Wilson. Another thing too. We need to be careful about our language too, because you guys, we are live on Facebook and YouTube. So be careful what you say.
All right, that's correct. Thank you guys for inviting me. Before I go ahead to contribute my topic, Charles, I was asking before. I tried to find out because you interview some of the NAS general who ran away last year, defect from NAS. I believe it was May or sometime 2022. So I was asking that one was good because now things are twisting around. But it would come out from the NAS that the NAS movement is become a Bari movement, say by Bari. Some of them were Kuku, I believe. So that's what I was asking before. If you you can bring up, that will be good. If because you were the one who in that room. I don't know the room number, room name, but again, yeah, Jama, the way I see the thing here, uh, the cow problem is what Equatorial have been preaching. And sometimes the good politicians are people who have a wisdom of predicting the things on a long run to come or long time to come. They've been preaching this Mishkila Bagar to achieve two things. One thing were to mobilize the people of Equatoria to become agitated so they can get fight with cattle herder, Itabor. That one, it doesn't go up until May of last year. This was another technique used by NAS. And then they declared them that these are not a normal cattle herder. They are counterinsurgency. Those of Teresa, they've been preached this. So we were well aware. But they didn't know that how this is going to end. زي ما جون وشان بقول انت قال لي انا بلفك ببريج حاجه ده هسه is come close to يعني في بعض الناس هيدخل في بريج ده without knowing it. So if there were attack on Christmas Eve and then attacks on Chinese were killed, an attack between themselves youth with Abor and Bari, and then right away the so-called former mayor conduct a press conference within the capital city. If you see all this event, it's a very serious case. It's not a simple thing that they can denounce it. On top of that, the army come on attack on island, and they went all the way. They find 1,000 Canada. I believe here there is no denial here whether they will be called a youth armed group or a NAS. But to us, those who are in the social media, to me personally, I know it is NAS because the NAS members who have been with us here for almost 8 months. They were just a month ago that in Sharat, Nashar, Sharwat, the thing will change. And those members of the NAS, including Nebilian, he contributed with a 10,000 US dollar was in John Wuchen Show. And then the one you guys say before, they were training 10. Why are you training 10,000 youth? That's the question. Are you fighting who? Even the youth of board, they are not 10,000 that who are going with Abagar Bitao. For another Kwanadel to become clear, either they want to leave the government alone with the NAT to accuse themselves, but not to involve as a body. Look, the question that they produce in front of American government, American ambassador, that's what produced the 4 questions now from the army prefecture. For this question, they are very legitimate. And I am glad that they are going to have a combined committee that will go and find facts together. I believe, Yahwana, this is what you were preaching is coming to an end. Whether Abagar Butabur now, people are not going to talk about Abagar. People will be talking about president of the NAS in the territory of Bari. And we know that whenever anybody rebel in South Sudan or all Sudan, that community will be subject to that tide of the rebel. I'm victim of the SPLM. I've been captured twice during the war, but by that time in 80, 85, 86, we were kids. Lakin Jalaba told us to ban our own village. Ugalena finna tawana jakuna mununat buta jamuzo kan jai min our village. Because they have intelligence. They ban so many villages. For this issue of rebellion, you thinking like a song here, it's not something, it's not yet. It's not. You are not started with the government that who think these rebels are ruining the country. It's not yet started. And I say a couple of months ago, waging three front, it's not going to work. Abagar bitabor, you are waging war on them. Fi language bugul madarin denga within the Equatorial. Then fi language bita rebellion, you want to regime change. And then you have something called separatists. They want to separate a country. How many? 4. I believe the statement of army spokesperson, general, they are legitimate question to be asked, and they have intelligence. That's why they came out with the good, because there is no reason that you will have 1,000 Canada. This serious case needs to be investigated. Army of South Sudan have no navy where they can be in the middle of Nile and have all these islands. Felen, Lokan Jej Mototor, those islands that are close to the city should be owned by the army. And those islands, these are they are under investigation. These were the people who leaked the Riek Machar out in 2013 because the Riek Shal boat dakhal fi bar. Mashi gata bar mashi bor. But this government had no capability of thinking to secure themselves or secure the city. Those islands that are close to the city should be taken by the government. I think I will stop my phone here because people are more. I will stop here. But I think these are serious cases. If the Equatorial are still dancing around talking about being accused as a rebel, no, you are rebel. Because many of you, the NAS member, were speaking the language of rebel, contributing money, in order to trick the war that you are now in. Thank you.
Can I ask the speaker about 2 questions?
Ask the 2 questions and we'll move on with the line. Just be short and brief.
Very good. Mr. Speaker, you spoke as though you really believe Kalambitat Lurwai. My question to you is, why do you take Kalambitat Lurwai so truthful when it is the same state? Yao Gihibu Kalambita Kabaso. 1, they fabricated a coup. 2nd, they said, oh, Dr. Riak Ja ma Musaddes, the meeting, ma Kir, yani, my question to you is, this is a state that likes to lie. Why don't you think Kalamat al-Hasade, Lul Rai Wonusude are all fabricated? Thank you very much.
Wilson, do you have any answer?
Yeah, the answer, Lul White is not by himself. He's the government. There is a difference between Lul White and us here. Sabada, if you don't believe somebody who is on the ground 24/7 have intelligence, then you are deceiving yourself, both of you, because you are far away from the reality. You may call your brother, but he will not tell you the whole detail. So I am sorry, but I believe those are legitimate. I believe what he's saying is true, combined with what you guys been preach here on social media. Make it to be legitimate, because this your call is not a rule call. It was the Equatorian call to see Equatoria arm themselves, kill the cows. You started with the cow. You guys shoot the cow down, and then now you ambush the government then lead into the government to find out where this group come from. Then they discover thing on island. So it is a legitimate, I believe 100% he is correct. Thank you.
Okay. There's an issue here. I don't know. Charles, are you going back to work soon?
Yeah. Let me drop mine and I will go. But yeah, I'll let me drop Wilson and then yeah.
Charles, let me
Yeah.
take my chance. I'm at work too. Rampal, gonna go on.
Okay. Charles, you know there are 3 people ahead of you at the moment.
No, give it to Agbot. Agbot for sure.
I don't like Amanda. Yeah.
La
I thought
Agbot.
about Rampal, Rampal, Honorable Muslim Malik, Muslim Madid, and Muslim.
So if you have questions to ask Sabata too, or to add something regarding what Sabata stated, go ahead and then
Thank you.
and then take your time too. Go ahead.
Kalam Jambil, thanks to my brother. Taban Madid and Muslim Malik Wilson, the honorable, and also the finalists like Adim Folk, Nas Lion, Nas Gabriel, Nas Wilson, Nas Sabata, Molan Mayan, Aguero, Alexis, Charles, Christopher, Kibelo, Ajak, and Angelo. Shuva Jama. This topic is excellent. Madalo Kalam for you. Our NAS hide behind Bari community, Equatorial as a region. The answer is yes. The Madalo Kalam. The high the fail melu. Also, I want to say Kalamata Gabriel Chul Gubel, Shulmayrol Kalam Taxa. The press conference by the Bari community leader. Zamu fail Nazdul kan Mukfi Mugzafi. Has a statement, the press conference is a kind of Shimal Sudan, the man come Zul Babao, come get off a beer command. Lakin Nazdul, Jinubindul, yeah, and I don't know what they think. Shabajim Sudan Kadol, yeah, Dol, and Madola. With a Kalamda, the Kalam Farik. Also, Ajama Al Jej South Sudanese Civil Defense Forces and Malumat Lindumda, the 80 trenches or a foxholder. This Malumat cannot be released to the public. These are military informations, and it holds sensitive secrecy. The map will release a public target. So, why they don't release the information? Chile Frasak. These are information they have been found with the Hagai, and these are the information that the youth and the youth leader of the youth of the Bari specifically, they are supporting as a manazmal irhabiya bugulu Naza. That's why the former mayor of Juba, when he made such a statement and he requests an assistance from the United States of America, also, I want to agree with this island. Akuma Sudan supposed to confiscate these islands foreign. This island must be taken by Akuma Sudan without objection under Hakum Tadola. Also, I want to make it very clear to the Afro-Nilian societies. I don't call them Galdengabur or Nuer or Chuk. No. They are no longer Gabayel. They are Afro-Nilian society. They're members with their cows in Equatoria. At this point, you cannot exit. Let's talk about Anak. Because this accusation, girl, I've got farming them is baseless. Not evidence. We need fixtures in the next 48 hours. As in a swore. But if there is no fixtures that Bori Ben fell and fee Mazari Akolo, isn't man this case can be thrown out of the court. Case of this file is closed. Mafi more than no citizen can make a demand le Morton Jenubic in Islam and Montaga. The Kalam Farik with the Ijramia. These are criminals who have a foreign agenda. Wazin in Fasulu, part of South Sudan, and that will never happen even if Jesus Christ bitakumda Raja. Itlagan.
Can I interject? Can I interject?
No,
Can I interject?
no.
Don't say no. Can I interject?
No interjection. Nakuru,
No.
I am taking this case fully.
No, my friend.
I will involve. You know, interjecting Mavi. No, let me finish first. Honorable, please stop this guy. I will involve fully to investigate this case, and I am advising South Sudan government to confiscate and take over those islands. Is a free zone to Kalam Morton. They cannot override Hakuma University Sudan. The problem of South Sudan, Ajama, because Salva Kiir did become a bishop of Junubin. That's why, Honorable, I've been saying that this South Sudan must be ruled by a brutal leader, someone who understands Qanun, so that he can punish Hazel Junubin. These South Sudanese societies, the Afghan societies, the Barkazan societies, the Equatorian societies, at this point, South Sudan government, you want to solve this problem, not mention. Mafi zikr tali al-Gabila tani. They have to be described as societies and members of societies, like the members of the Society of Bafar Nile, who are now living in the Equatorian region because of the insecurity or the flooding. Fi Muwatan into Hagisal, also this Equatorial region, we have lost thousands of our fellow comrades, Zaman Harb. Is a Fizol, is a NAS, if NAS are serious, UNAS bita Sorin, now they are a separatists. And their agenda is very clear, Honorable. I was removed from the room a while ago. That was 10 hours ago for no reason. I just show up, and it was the press conference by the NAS, Gadim Baradul, Bilabu Gumar, 24/7 Dul, Alatala Dul, and they shell me in the room because they see me, and it got socket. So, yeah, Brother Gabriel, Chol, a Junubin Tanado Yahui, تعرف تماما انه كنا نكون غالبا في الخرطوم كل المطرانات الكمبونيات منو ماجورتي بتاع المدارس كان منو انا دول قرينا بقروشنا we pay our money to go to school even we reach all way to Sandagasa بقروي بتاع جوب لكن في بعض الناس قروا بمجان بقروي بتاع كمبونيات حاليا جنوب السودان طلع بقى دولة وانتو عايزين تنفصل من جنوب السودان and you want to use alagatkum with the foreign countries. The bara are called crime, espionage, and crime of treason. 3 days ago, I made a recommendation, Mr. Honorable, Mr. Madid. I made a recommendation for the mayor of Jew to be arrested and must be questioned and must be prosecuted because he used word invasion and also he used a false statement that fitness matter they had been killed or disappearance without evidence. Who can mayor of Juba at that time? Why he was quiet about that? Dekula Kazib. So I want to assure the members of the Afghan society living in the Equatorial region with the cows. At this point, you cannot exit this Equatorial region until further notice. Wakumo South Sudan government investigate this case thoroughly. Al-Afgar al-Mawjuda Ego Danan, Mabzul Italombra, until Badin, everything will be reviewed in a very thoroughly way. Like Zanasdol has a Motinin, Al-Bugul Gal they are Equatorian, and they are calling Bab and Nasgal Gabail. Munu Hadak Hakdash and the Gul Kalam Zeda. Junubda
Ya
Kalonda
jama,
Jama.
ya jama, ya jama.
Junubda
De
Junubda
form ta dinka, de form ta
Junubda
dinka, or de form
Dabda
ta muni.
Junubin. Dabda Junubin.
Zol dema bi lecture le nas ini. Kama bi
Dabda
lecture
Junubin.
le nas, or
Is
threaten
my
with
5
nas.
minutes,
Listen
Yakui.
here.
Is my
No,
5 minutes,
listen here,
brother.
my friend.
My 5
You
minutes.
cannot use a threat
Honorable, take
language.
this guy down, please. Take this guy
Take
down,
down,
please.
fuck you, man.
Kalam.
Fuck my, fuck.
Wilson, where are you, Wilson?
Take him down. Take this guy down. You got to
Yes,
Kalam Abudugan.
I have been communicating in the background with Madid.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you,
Madid is about to leave.
So
I have
this is
been communicating in the background in messages, so I'm listening to you guys.
Do you talk about the honorable chamber logo?
Okay, go ahead.
I thank
No,
you.
let me just go ahead. Thank you.
I thank honorable. Ajama Abudugan in the Buzupi shows there, Budugan looking up your at the Jalaba Gary Hamana Budugan.
Lakini amadura wanta ko na kya gore kili yogla fuck you ko chima dilwel wala la ko ya tikala ni wari kuna.
Yeah. Hey, this one is on YouTube.
That's okay.
And it is on Facebook.
That's why I moved him down.
Thank you. What I'm thank you. Ajama Anina at this point.
I was communicating with Madid in the back channel. A good concoja. I was communicating with Madid in the back channel, okay? Plus Chol Kiridao is sending me a message here too. So lot of communication in the back channel. So how am I going to exit there and come here and this Madid is just right there? Okay?
No,
I will
you're
bring
right,
another
Madud. Lakin
gentleman.
kichiran when coin kana chilok let a good
Yaki,
luck fuck you
Yaki,
a good.
look. Mata dini jin sakit Yaki. I'll tell my time back then. So that I just shut him. I just shut him Batshwaya. Mata dini jin sakit. I wouldn't be able to function well with you on top here, right in the podium. Malaga anok. Awe monjang we ka wood kon right wepe. Do you see dwarke yap like this? Arakat ke yik kaloy wood keni. Stay down there, sister, and cool down. If you come up here, just cool down. A good go ahead, please. Thank you.
I think honorable. Thank you. Mental shit honorable. Jama NAS this NAS National Salvation Army the manazama in Posalia as in Fasal Sudan, and they are hiding behind the curtain. Kalam da my bulu. So under salty liabna Afan Island Society al garden fi Manato Equatorian ma abgar damda itagurana. At this point you are not going back because last time you tried to go back manjo katalog butarik. And I will put my support behind you, and I will make sure that the recommendation will be in place. All this case must be investigated, and those islands, Babel Island, Sudan, quiz, take over this island. Leave Tana Jama, leave my fash, Mam Nalab Tani. Our enemy,
No, you're not a good way that way. Madud in charge to happen. No, Dagi Alam to be Balang Madud in charge to happen. No, Makachura Loy, Madud, and when Chakonya and Chicocha and Chagwalog Ladla, what fuck you. And can you Balagi in when Louis conversation?
It is not Sabata and lot.
It's about and Chagwalog Ladla. It's about and Chagwalog Ladla, good luck fuck you
No.
when you are.
Nakuru, 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 Nakuru.
It was Nakuru. Thank you,
It's
Jama.
Nakuru.
Chol check Jama. Jama, Jama. So, Jama, Nasdol, this island must be taken by South Sudan government. Lurwai statement was very correct. South Sudanese People Defense Forces, as the SPDF, must take over this island and must deal with this Matamarin. While Abna Afan Island Garden, Fimanazi, Equatorial, Charles Dole, Ego Anak Babgaru, my Lomunu, Kalamda, I have put this message, and with this, may God the Creator bless the Republic of South Sudan and peace be to all. We shall defeat the test of our time. I yield back the mic, Honorable and Madid Michuru Gizilan.
Jama,
Yeah.
1 minute,
Well, sir.
Honorable Ashan, to answer just there are 2 questions, because sometimes they will think that we don't know what they are talking about. So that's what I asked before. If that possible, 1 minute, best.
Guys, attention here. Let's take it easy. Let's be patient. We have a number of people who haven't spoken here in Mr. Gabriel. You had your 2 chances. Let's just move the line just for now. There's Charles here, and there's Mayan here, and there's Angelo. Okay. Angelo has been skipped because he has been going in and out, but he has been here for quite some time now, and he hasn't spoken yet. So this room will take us another 4 or 5 hours. I'll do my job here. Ustaz Mayan, further. And then we're going, Angelo, I don't know. Are you going to go somewhere anytime soon? Okay, Mayan, further, and then we'll go to Charlie straight away. And then when Angelo is ready, he will flash his mic. Go ahead, Mayan.
Okay, thank you, moderators. Thank you, Madud. This is an important question that you brought up today. Are NAS rebels hiding behind the Bari community and the Equatorial region? The direct answer is yes. NAS is hiding behind the Bari community. Does that imply that the Bari community are NAS? Of course, the answer is no. The Bari community are too big to be called NAS, and nobody called the entire Bari, the Great Bari community as NAS. And General Lul Roy also stated that we did not call the Bari community as NAS. But NAS is hiding within this community because it is part of guerrilla warfare. Chairman Mao Zedong stated that the people are like water and the army is like fish. And Dr. John Garang used to say the same, that civil populations are like water to the army that is like fish. The army cannot survive without a civil population because it is within the civil population that guerrilla warfare succeeds. What's the nature of guerrilla warfare? Guerrilla warfare, it's somebody talked about hit and run, yes. But after hitting, where do you run? You don't run to an open space. Some of you will melt into the communities. Guerrilla warfare, people move in smaller groups, and it's part of the intelligence unit of any guerrilla organization to have people who are ready to melt into the civilian populations. The SPLA had people who used to go to WOW, to enter into WOW to collect intelligence and come back and inform the headquarters about the number of troops and the equipment that the enemy had. The same, any guerrilla organization will always have those elements that are ready to masquerade as civilians and live within this water or civilians. And this is what makes the Bari community a victim of NAS, in the sense that the military has the right to has the duty to defend South Sudan. All militaries in the world have this monopoly on the legitimate use of violence that can never be shared. There is no country where the monopoly over the means of violence is shared. And the biggest challenge, the biggest security challenge in South Sudan is that so many communities are actually challenging the state in this with that prerogative of the state to keep the monopoly on the use of violence. You have tribal militias all over the country. The Shuluk have their tribal militias. The Nuer have. We have our own as a Dinka. The Murle have, and it was only the Bari that did not have such militias, and the Arab did not succeed to create a militia through to form militia using the Bari people. We had militias of Toman Nur in western Bahr Ghazal. In central Equatoria, there was Clement Wani Koga. All these militias still have some elements of centralized command that is not recognizing the Bilfam as their headquarters. Now, the nature of the response to guerrilla warfare is that the army will use MI. The army will use military intelligence to move around and fish and look for those elements that are coming in as civilians among the civil populations. That's why sometimes these MI personnel are trained to be brutal all over the world. All militaries fear MI personnel because they will go in and try to see. Sometimes they will see a young man who is muscular because of Uruju. They will say, oh, this guy looks like a Mutfaya guy, for example. and they will interrogate them. And when they interrogate them, they will not use prayer. They will not ask them nicely. In fact, they use what they are trained to use. This is how sometimes when you allow your area to be a battlefield, you allow these MI personnel also to have to look out for those who are coming in to collect intelligence, because they will collect the number of military troops, the number of equipment of the SPLA, and take it to NAS. The issue that of what my brother Sabata said, that Juba County cannot have NAS is not. I mean, Juba County is big. It's a big county. South Sudan is a very big country. Mongala, for example, is 75 kilometers from Juba. So it's not that because it is Juba County, then J1 is closer to them. We are talking about 50 miles away from the city center, Juba city center. So it's right. NAS can be on some of those islands, and in fact, because of what Lul Roy stated, there were NAS elements on some of these islands, not all of them, but some of them. And unfortunately, on social media, elements that are associated, senior members of NAS, have been talking about a surprise attack on Juba by NAS. And I've received WhatsApp messages, WhatsApp videos, short videos of NAS elements training and singing and talking about Juba. I've tried to share it with you, but I didn't know how to upload that on this forum.
You got to
But
have two devices. You got to have two devices in order to do that.
Okay. But it's possible to have NAS elements on some of those islands because they are far away from Juba city center by so many kilometers. The trenches that were dug, definitely there's no reason to dispute that they were dug by NAS, not by the Bari youth. Otherwise, the Bari youth will implicate themselves with the army, and this is also going to add insult to injury, because the army will have to deal with them, and by doing so, there will be more casualties, and we will see that a depopulation of those islands, which we hope shouldn't happen, because these are peaceful people. The Bari, the Karo in general are very peaceful societies, and they need to develop in peace. NAS has no reason whatsoever to wage a guerrilla warfare within their regions. That's why you have people like Dr. Waniga calling NAS terrorists. In 2017, he stated that NAS of Thomas Cirillo is a terrorist organization, because he knows that the presence of NAS will unleash the military with its military intelligence to go and look for them, and by doing so, many civilians will be victimized. There is no escape from that. If you allow your area to be a battlefield, you will be burned. You will be burned by the fire of both the rebels that are operating and the army that is carrying out its solemn duty to protect the integrity and the security of the region. I guess these are the few things that I wanted to share with regard to this important question. Indeed, the Bari are not NAS. They are not rebels as a community, but NAS is using this region since 2017, when Thomas Cirillo took advantage of the second outbreak of violence in Juba, when Dr. Riek went to Congo through Central Equatoria with Thomas Cirillo saw that there is an opportunity to wage a nationwide rebellion. He first based his army around Yei town, the Lanya, Yei, Kargulu, and those areas towards the Congo border, and slowly came over to southern Bari, Lobonok area, and he's moving to northern Bari, to the islands. He's a well-trained officer, and he wants to develop an army. That's why he refused to sign a peace agreement, citing some things that are not really good reasons to continue a war that is leading to nowhere. We expect the Bari community to, while condemning the army for calling them rebels, even though the army denied, they should also reach out to Thomas Cirillo and tell him that please don't turn our region to a battlefield. We don't want you in our region, and we are going to snitch on you. Even though there will be consequences, but we are going to snitch on you because we don't want you to operate in our region. Thank you, Madud, and let's keep informing our people about the dangers of having a rebellion closer to the capital city. No country in the world will allow rebel groups to sneak closer to the seat of government. Thank you. I think my 5 minutes are done. I try to squeeze everything within these 5 minutes. Thank you.
Actually,
Yeah,
I think, Brother Charles, I felt like, and this room right now is no woman here. I'm the only woman left. And I hear like 3 to 5 different men. And I felt like the woman right.
Go ahead, Sisi. Go ahead.
Forget about the woman right. Let's move on with the line. Charles further.
Okay. Yeah.
Charles, are you busy? Are you busy?
Yeah. No.
So that
Yeah.
you may
No.
help me
I'm
with
almost
the
finished, my Wilson. Just 5 minutes, and then I will get out.
No,
No,
Madu,
but
don't mute me. Madu, don't mute me. And 2 men talk or 3 men talk. At least I'm a one woman.
go and open a room. You raise up your hand one more time, I'll remove you permanently from the room. Charles,
Yeah.
I ask you, are you busy so that you help me with
Yeah.
moderating the room?
No. I'm at work. So just 5 minutes, then I'll go.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Wilson and Madit and the rest, Gabriel, all Sabatas, all of you. But listen, very good. Mayen, I think you highlighted very good, brother. These are very good informative information. I think those in capital, I think they should take a notes from this. I'm saying yes. I agree with that question. The answer is yes. But the other side is no. Bari, there's the community itself. They are not rebellion, but there's elements. Okay, elements. An example, the former mayor. The way mayor spoke, you can say, yeah, this is elements of notorious NAS. To me, I don't call NAS as rebels because rebels have a dignity. But I call NAS like the way Waniga was calling in 2017. NAS are terrorist organizations. NAS are taking example of all terrorists all over the world, and they are using it now. Okay, people talking about Abgar biakulu shunu and so on. Yakwana Junubin kadeshu Juba. If Juba got to be tomato in Uganda, just imagine this are Junubin. Okay, if the citizen in Juba they biakul tomato in Uganda, min Gulu, dakar Juba. Weno mazara del nada gada kalam fogodo. You can see these people that are politics. Ayaja kudar kullu jay min Uganda. Ma fi kudar gada قاعد يطلع برا من برا الثاني ويجي داخل city. Nothing. Okay. Thomas who can into فعلا in couple 2 years he was little bit كان عنده strange army في اتجاه بتاع يي ولانيا, but the معظمهم كان دي يال بجلو. But now Pojulu reduced a little bit from Thomas politics. طبعا في حاجة هم فهموا and they understood what the NAS mean. You know, they thought that this NAS will lead them to something, you know, that they can believe on it. But في النص هناك في الرداك حصلت. So now the numbers of Yal Pojulu في army, they are reducing. So now Thomas, the next move now, you have to move في Jazeera, you know, because في pressure قاعد يلقاه هنا في Equatorial, especially in the east. بيقولوا يا أخي you cannot using us. Go. Where are your people? The movement. You know? So he have a pressure. That's why he don't have so much voice in the east. That's why we should mind the voice in the west. The only voice are in the central. And the upper hand was Pajulu, not even Kakwa. Okay, it was Pajulu and some small Nyangwara and so on. Okay, so now he moved to the island. And that's why you see the mayor when he spoke, you know, in Juba, he say, this is our son. And we are proud of it. We are proud of him. But there's no question. Nobody asked. You know, Sudan should ask that question. You know, why you are proud of him? For what? Because you cannot be in the government and then you are proud of somebody who terrorizing things, terrorizing people on the other hand. They worry the element will see the government, they're making alliance with the Thomas Rilo notorious group. Now, if you brought the war, you know, if you brought the war to your own community, manatu aikunde maraka betal harb. You know, an example it happened في مدن كتير, even في زمن التحرير. أي منطقة أي مدينة في حرب فوقه أسر ما بقيف. Until you have to liberate it, you have to be defeated. Either to liberate that area or you be defeated. So what will happen now? Community with our barrel في island, they will not go back there. ما برجع في مساكن ده تاني. You know, so they will come back to Juba. هيكون resident وهيكون نازحين داخل Juba. You know, because the area already now I could between the government forces and notorious group. This is what's going to happen. So my expectation tani that area the many tani khalas I couldn't feel peaceful. No, peace ما في tani. It's intact. Since you leave it, لو انت خليت محلك وطلق كورة فوق مدة 3 يوم and you move away from it, that's it. You move already. You know, معناته محل هيكون مركز بتاع الحرب. Okay, and it will be depend on Juba. Juba will take care of that area. So Hina Thomas in the two agenda. Ama those, like I can say, like brother Sabat. Sabat is not a NAS, okay? Or Onya is not a NAS. But fi haja man bilimu, okay? They try to defending because the name of the region, okay? That's what it is. But they know the reality, okay? They know the reality exactly man are feeling, but they just want to defend it because Thomas was hiding by the name of Equatorial. Okay? Agenda but Thomas is hiding in the name of the Equatorial. Thomas Cirillo is too dangerous, the Equatorial itself. Thomas Cirillo, this group of called terrorists, is too dangerous like all Junubin. This organization, my Shilu Hajaka easy. People need to fighting it in every corner, whether it's doublematic, even Thomas need to be rooted out from where he lives. May I look at for Europe there? مواطنين الجنوبيين اللي عندهم citizen في that area, you know, for Europe, they have to voice out, and this man can be ruled out. Can be ruled out. We have to seek a time for because he need to see this kind of temptation. It mami kitukun guide, betal gawad, betal hirabin, with a guy for hotel, and then you are using yal nastanin or rebellion al hassle fi frige. Okay, guide betam be good mom. UNITA, but Angola, General Sabimbi, until he signed the peace and he died after the peace. He was in the bush. Yoweri Museveni, guide my J Bitafi Gaba until he captured Uganda. The PTLF, but late Mali Zanawi, guide Figaba until Hasha Addis Ababa, and he died. You can take the same to Dr. John, myself or now William Yuan, until Dakar Jua. What kind of rebel leader here? Umahafaz Bugul, we are proud of him. Rebel leader ma begod ma jej bitaw ma bishuf labisin shudu, labisin tenura, un labisin lubasat, un labisin lawa. Does he know this? They ma rebel akwana. Rebel indo qima. Rebel are be organized. This guy is notorious. Those who have allied with them, the other parties, and they are still supporting Thomas Rillo, you know, and they say, hey, let's sign the peace with Thomas, you will be part of the terrorists. But Dana Begula Kulu Junubin, Al Garim for Europe, these men need to be rooted out. Your citizenship, between UK, your citizenship between Germany, your citizenship between Holland, it will give you right to root this guy out. All this, radical things. Al Thomas Gadi Amul fi Jazeera, people need to collect all these data and has to be represented to the European Union. Ashanek the issue with this guy, what he's doing there in the nation. We are not supporting the government, but Thomas is terrorizing Muatanin, even Bari itself. Hassan Nazin Hassa, I could fi Dakar Juba. Bari Bashoa Zar, I could refugees fi Mahelu. They ma Denka Baga refugees Dakar Denka. Denka but Abor become a large fi Dakar Bargazal. You know, Bari, I could Nazin inside the Juba. And who is causing this? This is notorious man. You guys are proud of it. Alitu Kuliyam Gata Mulbohina. All everything. There is no surprise. Ajado Kulu was been highlighted here for social media. Michi Hidasher, God, there will be shock around Juba area. The one guy with social media. Sabada. You know? Ajado people were not just surprised about this. The Hagiga. Lekin Nihaya Butaw Jai. This 2023, it will sing different languages. It will sing different languages because now, I community, I shoot that mafizol, I protect who. Okay? So now, even Abu Garel, they will never move again. Mshufzar fi jungle. Aye godu fi mehla del. Abu Gar buta mundar magaidin. Manadu this Abu Gar buta jungle, they will stay. Aye godu fi mehla del until notorious rebel torodo barra min mehla del. Yelga nafsu ka zay ma Joseph Kony buta LRA. The man now is suffering fi tijabuta Central Africa ma tijabuta Darfur hinak. Diabetes وامراض كتيره وغايدات دي لا يصل للناس بتاع الناس دي because there's no way هيجروا وين تاني. You come to the island, you log yourself in. Sika بتاع Rokon هيقفلوا, Sika Lanya it will be closed, Sika Bor it will be هيقفلوا. You will die في ذاك island. This is the wrong strategy. ده خطة بطال خالص عشان تيجي في ميل زي ده. You know, it will be hard for you to live unless يكون في مجرمين بتاع western world اللي بينزل بالهليكوبترات بتاع anywhere because جنوب السودان ما عنده aviation بتاعهم غير عقبه aviation that جنوب السودان somewhere else, you know, unless it will help like what happened to Thomas before. انتم عارفين what happened to the Thomas شنو حصل له في summer. Thomas was almost lose his life. جل بس بسيط to lose his life, and that's why the man now ما داير يلبس كاكي تاني ويجي في جنوب ويرسل يا الناس. So communities need to open their eyes. Ma dakhali yal kunumun be kalam ma doesn't make sense. Ma fi liberation. This man cannot liberate anything. You know? Nene junubin ka junubin. We will say as a junubin. Lo fi tagayir na amulu ka junubin. Like we will not raise arm and then we will terrorize the community. Those of you, you guys are proud of this man, my brother. Let me take it from my life here. Wallahi haja da ma biasil 150 sana. You will never dream about it. That independent you took it in your mind, ma biasir, until thy kingdom come. And may God bless you all. This time, the wicked bita salam. The wicked bita real talk. Not fight, but it's a real talk. The way Mahafaz kalam fi Juba inada, lokanda denkawi, or the Nuerawi kalam like this, raw without country magaber. But Sudan ala khair lekum. Itu amna Equatorial, welekun hai. Now is alive. Freedom zeda, denka maindu. Freedom al kalam zeda, Nuer maindu. But your son now has it. But it is there. Thing will see. I stop over here. May God bless you all.
All right, shukran. Madid Majak came back and he has a very important announcement to make. Madid, is it regarding the coming of Joshua tonight?
Yes. That's the one. Yep. So
All right, go ahead.
yeah. So this is the quick announcement that Uncle Joshua Dow will come to Jenganamtok at 6 p.m. Juba time. So if you can see your time, whether you are in Australia or the United States or Europe, see your time 6 p.m. in Juba.
6
time.
p.m. Juba time. I thought you'll just send me a message that it will be in 6 hours, which is roughly midnight. That would be possibly be about 4 or 3 p.m. in Egypt. Actually in Juba.
3 p.m.
Possibly around 3 or 4 p.m. in Juba.
Yeah, it's about. Let me see. It will be anyway, yeah.
Where is Chol Kiridao, by the way? Where is Chol Kiridao? We've been sending message and I can't see him around here.
Yeah, he's not in the room.
Okay, let me pin him if there's a chance. Go ahead.
Okay, so the topic we will not be announcing the topic what he will talk about, but it will be posted at Yangnam Talk. So Uncle Jacob Da will come in, so he will discuss that topic, very important topic, so everybody will be got that. That's a quick announcement. So Uncle Jacob Da will live in here in Clubhouse with us in Yangnam Talk page, and we will put it on live on Facebook and YouTube. So thank you.
Can you tell us what what he's coming to discuss so that if anybody has a question can prepare it early?
It's not going to be political. From what I'm aware about, we discussed it a few days ago.
No, I think we can disclose. We are not. I'm not going to disclose. We are not disclose the topic, but it will be announced at the German Talk.
Okay, Chol Kiridao is saying it will be 6 p.m. Juba time. 6 p.m.
That's
plus 8. Wow. So it's possibly going to be about 2 a.m. here, Australian time. That's not a favorable time for me. Hopefully I will be awake, but I don't think so. I love sleeping well, at least 7 hours of sleep.
Can I ask Ustaz Deng a question, and maybe Mayan and everybody here can answer the question.
No, Sabata, please let the line move.
Charles Deng went down. Charles Deng, are you still around to answer this question quickly?
He said he's
Yeah,
working.
Charles. Yeah, he said he's working, but if there's a chance, he can come and answer Sabata. Charles, come up, please. Okay. Oh, Madid is gone too. Okay. Sabata, you ask Mayan your questions. Charles, please come up.
Okay. Okay, Mayan, to what extent do you think it could be true that Lul Rai who is representing the state, Hakuma, has come up with a statement or labeling Bari as rebels with an intent to do what they have done to the Faratit in 2012 or to the Nuer in 2013, given they have a habit of doing this kind of thing. Do you think they also want to do this to the Bari? What do you think?
He denied saying that the Bari, the community are NAS, and I think there is no reason to doubt that this is small military operation, because it is a small military operation to flush out armed groups from one of many islands where our good Bari people reside. So it's
Mayan,
not.
Mayane digiga keda. Charles, press on your photo and then accept the invitation. I tried to invite you on numerous occasions. It didn't work. Press on your photo and accept the invitation, and you will be up here.
And Sabata, I don't believe that there is a conspiracy to take over South Sudan from or conspiracy by a small clique of Jiang with some allies to take over South Sudan and chase away original inhabitants from their places of origin. I don't believe in that conspiracy theory. But every government has the right to protect itself and protect the citizens. This is like I said, that this is a basic characteristic of a state. The monopoly over the means of violence is the most important characteristic of a state, because there are two threats to peace in any country. There are two threats. One threat is a tyrannical government, like a government of Idi Amin, for example, that will be so tyrannical that nobody is safe, and chaos. What we have now in South Sudan, the biggest threat to South Sudan is chaos. Chaos in the sense that everybody wants to take up arms against the center. And before we know it, we will be like Afghanistan or Somalia if we are not already there. I think we are not already there. But let us avoid it. Let us avoid it. And the first thing is to clean our minds, to clear our minds from this conspiracy theory. That that will blind us to truth that a ceasefire is holding between the biggest two armies, that is IO and the government. There is integration of forces, and we are actually, South Sudan is actually contributing to regional peace and security. The biggest threat to democracy is a standing army, and sending this standing army to different regions to go and maintain peace and security in Congo or in Afghanistan will rid South Sudan of a standing army that is creating insecurity, and every now and then they reach an agreement, break that agreement, reach an agreement, and let them go and get salaries, well-paid salaries, and come back, and some of them will retire, but let them move away from the political environment that is full of conspiracy theory. I guess I hope I have answered you.
Okay, thank you. Just hang on there, Sabata and Mayan. Nyani Jiang, thank God for coming. Please invite Charles. Yeah, leken busura de twani, only one. Do not long press Charles. Just one.
Which
One
Charles?
press like
Charles CPI or Charles that
No,
one
no,
here?
no, not that Charlie.
Charles de nyodi
Oh,
chini
okay.
alda. Rebo, come up too.
All right. Otherwise, if yeah, I invited him up. Come up. Thank you so much, Wilson. I'm sorry because I had some other things to
Be
attend
running the
to.
room alone, and then there's so
Yeah,
much
man,
noise
you
here.
are.
Charlie,
Kudus you as well.
Is he up here now or not? Nah, forget about him.
I invited him. I invited him. Otherwise, Charles, leave the room and come back. Come back in.
Ashija room.
I will come
Let's
back.
move it. Okay. Yeah, there he is. Okay, Sabata, index wale Charles Girel. Asalo, and then we'll go to Aguero. When
No,
Charles
so
answers you.
sual alana indi gibel de alana saaltu al Mayen tried to answer it. So if Charles heard that, he can just answer it. Unless he didn't hear the question, then I will repeat it.
Yeah, go ahead, Sabado.
Okay, the question was that to what extent do you think it could be true that the the regime, Al Hakuma Hassa, are labeling Bari to be rebels because they want to commit the same atrocities that they committed in 2012 le Faratit and also in 2013 le Nuer, given Al Hakuma de is recorded with the habit of creating this kind of genocidal acts. So what do you think?
Now, hey.
I
Let
think
me answer you then instead of Charles. If that's
Hold
your
on,
question.
Brother Sabada. First of all, there are two things you need to take away. What happened on the 12th in the Wow, take it away. Is different than this. What happened on the 13th, take it away. Don't make alignment or try to make aligning with the issue of today. That's what I want to tell you. Let me go to your answer. You know, you see, Sabada, sometimes it's good to have live information. Okay? And the live information, it will help you with what you are hearing or what you heard. Okay? First, look here, the mistake the leader of Bari did. They're the one even invite the government forces to go and rescue them. Okay? They are the one who did that. So when the government went and tried to investigate until the government forces went to the cattle areas and they asked the cattle raiders, and the cattle raiders tell them that there were people came to them and said, "You guys, your cows eat our crops." But you know those guys, they went to me what? They went for assessment. You know, Yanun machine yamulu murur, and they went there by evening, by late evening. So they went there, and then they said, "We'll talk to you tomorrow morning." You know what happened at the 4 a.m. in the morning? They attacked the cattle camps. So those guys, they flushed them back, and then they flushed them off. For now the government forces, when they heard this, there's a kind of like how now is then the government forces came in. When they investigate, those guys explain like the way I told to you. Soon the government are leaving. They fell in ambush. When they fell in that ambush, that's where they start fighting the notorious NAS of this Thomas Trillo, all the way until they found all those ammunition, whatever you heard us. Okay? They are Hajar Hassan. So now, communities are barrier. I don't hear it. God, this community are rebel. No. Kalam dama to the Lurwaj, Mafi. But you can see how come Al Hakuma, Mafi community can direct the army. And I'm sure the Kalam I will mara nesma from somebody who's studying the law to call the community, the armed forces to apologize. Imagine this. And also, he's calling for the army to be removed from the area where they deploy. In everywhere, Sabbat, even you in the United States here, the army has right to deploy wherever they want to. They had it في عالم كله can deploy wherever they want to, and they can live wherever they live to. But imagine, Zole Nugawi, they Mahafaza, Lo Zolema really notorious, the way he was sounding. he tried to attach Bari, but there's no Bari issue here. Mafi community for that one. But there is elements, maybe 2 or 1 or 3, but it's not a community. And now they brought war to the area. Well, as a Bari, I couldn't nazahin fi dakhil Juba. Ma birja fi Mela at the time because they brought the war to themselves. If I think I answer you, if not, then something else. But the issue with Anwer, with Hidayah, with Awad, he will not help this brother. That's different things.
You
It's
see,
my turn,
Equatorians
please.
try to use reverse psychology on numerous occasions. You see, when John Ochanga reneng hinak yala denkawe machafu kinaka yaki maukwes, Equatorians will be writing, how about the door-to-door killing of Nuer? Another Equatorial will come, how about the door-to-door killing of Nuer in Juba? And all this, is that your case? Even Umbar fi gurfa bitai Guy Lam. And Guy Lam said, no, let's leave that one aside. This is unbecoming of the Equatorians, trying to use that every now and then. Even someone that you can respect, that is educated person, intellectual, and he can use his intellect to reason. But they aren't logical at all. Okay?
Nena kalamna ubara ya honorable because
So, you know, when people are discussing this one, let's focus on that particular thing we are discussing. And again, saying this government used some genocidal tactics. Where has genocide ever occurred in the Republic of South Sudan? If there's any genocide, it will be what happened in Bori 91, but that hasn't been considered genocide. If there's anything such as genocide, is what happened in the same Bor again in December 2013, and followed by aftermath of that by Simon Garwidwal in 2014. Okay? The population of Bor has been reduced greatly or gradually by those two disastrous events, but it's still not considered genocide. It has always been considered as massacre, killing of people in mass number or large number, rather than intention to wipe off this community out of the face of the earth. Okay? Try to search your the definition to the words that you like dropping. Whenever we are having certain discussion. In what happened in Wow and what happened in Juba or what happened in Bor or what happened in Akobo. But if we go into details here as Equatorial, I will open a room regarding this 2013 incident and we'll go into details. Where are the survivors of Dinka in Bentiu, Akobo, Madingbor, Nasir, Malakal? You have seen what Gatkwat have done in Malakal. You have seen what James Kongchuaran have done in Bentiu. You have seen what Peter Gadit and Simon Gridwell have done in Bor, etc. Meanwhile, Nuer are hosted or are being hosted in Wara, over 30,000 Nuer, in where Kirmayar hails from, and nobody touched them. 3,600 Nuer are being hosted in Awirial, and nobody touched them. So let's be honest with ourselves. You can come, the floor can be open to this topic, because this is too much nonsense from Equatoria. We can't keep on tolerating this kalam farik all the time. I'm on a nuer kide. I'm on a nuer kide. Man has nuer in nam koshum bitam. Len has nuer magi fata rooms in Clubhouse and talk about that. Why always Equatorian? Ya majanin. Now certain Equatorian, this is between Bari, NAS, and SPLA, or South Sudan People Defense Forces. But every Equatorian is coming here and become defensive and even want to drag in Equatoria as a region in, when nothing such as Equatoria has been mentioned in that 14 video clip, 17-minute video clip. And we still think that we are educated, we are intellectual, we use our intellect, or we apply intelligence whenever we are discussing certain political topics, or we are being logical. No, you're not being logical nor intelligent or applying any some sort of intelligence in your discussion or to present your points.
I was just trying to characterize the government to be having
No,
such
no, no,
kind of a
not
habit.
characterize the
I
government.
don't
This is
know why
going too
it's
far.
paining you. You are not even
No,
a
no, no.
member of the government.
Not know why it is paining me. This has always come up in
Yeah,
every
Sabata.
room that is being opened. Okay, it has always come up in John Chang room, Guy Lam room, whatever, and it is Equatorian that comes up with that statement, not Nuer. Okay.
It's because
So do you know how
they
many
want.
things Nuer have done? Nuer people have done, they dented the hope of the movement in 1991. Most towns that were captured by SPLA returned back to Jalaba because of what Nuer have done. I'm son of SPLA. You, Sabata, I don't think you've been to SPLA liberated areas. You haven't suffered during the war. So stop nonsense. We people who have suffered what Nuer have done, we know what's up. Okay? Now, we will move on with the line. Okay? Guero.
It's me, Madud. I want to address the.
Angelo Chibanjal, go ahead.
Again,
Then we'll go
I'm
to Angelo.
a chance.
Yeah, go ahead. Take it.
Okay, thank you, Madud. And okay, thank you, Madud. I should give my chance to Ajak because Ajak will come later. Because me, I'm going to be most disrespectful to the room because I want to respond to Equatorian that think that the Dinka Bor invade their lands, defends for the information of Bari people. Because my people, I'm from Jonglei State. Let's be honest, we have to identify ourselves where you came from. I'm from Jonglei State. I'm the Bor, I'm the cow, and I'm everything. And I belong to South Sudan. Let us talk here as intellectual or individual or any political or politicians who are on this platform. So sometimes we have to understand that the people you targeted, they are not the people you want, but the people you think they are the leaders, they are not the leaders that you need the community to be. So the Bari community and the Mondari community and the Boro people and the Alia people has been coexistent for very, very long time before the stupidity came in here. Because we used to have Mangala as where they can exchange the cartons because we have common thing. There's a lot of common thing, even the music, even the dancing is the same Aliaf and even Mondari. And they are the tallest people in South Sudan. They are Dinka. So what happened here when the Dinka Bor is being used like every day, every night, has the regional issue against the government? I want to ask one, especially Savanta. I want to ask you, what that makes you go to the civilian and kill the cow? And the cow, they have the right as the animals. They're just like there's a animal right. They're not citizen. They're not in J1. And there's a language here that being used. The Dinka carton or the carton herders are in Juba. They had the carton. They are roaming around the Juba road. That's very, very wrong. And I want to condemn that language. You ask yourself when you ask the question, you speak to yourself and ask yourself. The carton never been any city. I myself am from Jonglei State, and I belong to that state. I'm from Bor. But doesn't mean that you have to isolate me. I can live in Equatorial because of cartons to use it as the government or the political agenda.
Ayu
Let's be honest
ayu
here.
agur ma wa kai mo koi rai bu. E katol. E ken in to wa
Jen
kir ma
jen
ya
pol
lel
jen
katol.
pon e choy kato na chin gelo rot let me
E
don't have
katol.
madun mon ina kang to.
Okay, go ahead.
Cha cha jam mo ya je pe ore ak pan bat. So and mo in twitch you do. Kana so what I want to mention here is that let's be honest here and speak the truth. The truth always set us free. Is not It's not the cattle herders, it's not the cattle keepers, but it's me who is not needed in Juba as I belong to Jonglei State because of political agenda. If you want to target the government as NAS, the National Salvation Fronts, whatever they call themselves, they are the rebel. They are the one killing my people in the name of Boer, in the name of the cattle, in the name of everything, targeting the civilians because the NAS, they don't need anybody inside Equatorial region, especially inside the Equatorial jungle, because they want to use the region has the Malaysians background to train against the government. The Dinka Bor and the Mondari, they are cattle. They have been keeping those cows for a very, very long time. I'm sorry to say this, but let's be honest here. When you came on the stage, and you are the intellectual, if you are not dramatic activists as from Equatorial region, because the Equatorial nowadays became is like Equatorial region is against the Dinka Boer community. It's not any region because this thing is about the government. We don't belong to that government, and we when we stay in Equatoria, have the citizen of South Sudan. If Equatorian have the agenda, you have to go to J1, target the J1, kill every cow that you see in J1 gate, but not any innocent civilian to be targeted in the jungle where they used to coexist for a very long time. Is not It cannot make you anything but excuses for the government. If you are the man enough, come to J1. Dinkabur is not J1. Dinkabur, they are community. Dinkabur is not region. Dinkabur is just a community like Bari. What is that mean that the Callisto say that the Bari must be harmed? And then they go ahead that we invaded the Gumbo Chirkat. Gumbo Chirkat is only belong to every tribe. Gumbo is occupied by Ugandans. Ugandans are there. They have Sukwewe in even Tongping. The Kenyan that are there is not Dinkabur. So we as Dinkabur, we are tired for any propaganda that is going on in this clubhouse. And I will condemn anything that to tarnish the Dinkabur community because I myself am the Dinkabur. I was born a refugee and I will be a refugee in my own country. I'm a citizen. Even the cow, if they need identity, in the all area, they have the right to be a refugee because I was born a refugee. So it doesn't it doesn't grant you any agenda. So thank you, Madud. I will stop here anyway.
All right. But then you weren't born a refugee, but you were born in a refugee camp in Kakuma. You
So
know,
I
so
was
you
born
weren't
a
born a
refugee
refugee.
because I was born
No, no, no.
as
And then you can't be a refugee in your own country. You can be internally
yeah,
displaced person.
exactly. But I will still a refugee in my own country as they think the stupidity.
Okay. I just want to correct one thing from you, Yinabwe. It is not the Dinka board that they hate. It is the entire Dinka, whether Dinka or Bargazal, whether other tribes within Ananil as well, plus other tribes that hails from Bargazal like Parati, Jurchol, and other communities like Jurmana, Nge, Jurbel. But the thing is here, it is the likes of Jurchol, they don't understand what's going on. You know, the Fanatit don't even understand what is going on. Because if we are to get out of Equatoria, they will go with us. They're not staying back. There's no way. Because it's regionalism that the Equatorian are pushing for. So if you are Nwerawi out there, or Shulkawi, or Murle, whatever, or you are from Anuak, Kachipo, Jie, ETC, you are not going to be an exception. We are all going out, we are all getting out of Equatoria. We're packing our shit together and get the hell out. If this shit goes through. Sorry about the language. I didn't mean to use it, but I'm probably used to the influence, in the neighborhood. But I have to tell you this. If you think you are not Dinka out there, or you're not from Bor, and you think you will be an exception, you got it wrong, buddy. You are going down with us. So think positively. Okay? Use your brain.
Wilson, your network is very bad, or is it me?
Okay, sorry. So think positively. Can you hear me now? Okay. What we need to do is here, we need to think positively as possible. Okay. Let's move on with the line. I think Angelo is the next person. Angelo Fadal, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Thank you, Honorable.
Angelo is next. Yeah. Go ahead, Angelo.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you,
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Honorable Nyan. I can't read the name. Nyan Jeng, and all the panelists and people that are listening down there. And this is a great topic. Actually, I like the topic so much. That's why I leave and then I come back because it's very interesting topic that our NAS hide behind Bari community, Equatoria has a region. Taban, by now, this question, there is no doubt in any South Sudanese mind that the answer would be yes. No doubt in any South Sudanese mind who is following the news in Facebook, Clubhouse, or with other friends. It is clearly that the Bari community, they put themselves in a mess here. And I think if they are smart enough, then they should think about how they can exit from the statement of the former mayor instead of supporting it. The statement from the SST spokesperson did not accuse the Bari community as NAS. He said that during Christmas, the army were ambushed by the NAS members, and they fought and they captured some of them. He also said that they found Alif Kandagat that the security found out that to be belong to NAS. All the direction from the security information in South Sudan direct all those to NAS. And then the Bari community leader came out and said, no, that's not true. There's no NAS there. And he went there and put the words on the spoker mouth that the spoker accused them to be NAS, to be related to NAS. But actually, that's the guilty conscience because actually they are NAS. Uh, they are actually members of NAS, and they are actually carrying those attacks. And because of the guilty conscience, that's why he said that this guy accused them, even though the guy did not accuse them. So now it seemed like Nas Bara community balag na pusum barao. They actually they came out and tell South Sudanese that we are actually Nas supporters, or we are actually carrying those attacks. Because if they are not Nas, then this guy said, okay, who did that? Who ducked the Kandagat? The Munu ambush Nas. Are those used? Low use PI alam in the United States. Mafi Shabab can just attack the soldiers out of police. That cannot happen. Mafi community biajam yan there is no a community that will attack the soldier just walking on the street. If you are not rebels, rebel will do that because rebel are fighting with the government. But if you are community, what are you fighting for? What do you want it to achieve? So, Ajama, the reason I stayed so long is for us from now to just don't generalize the Equatoria. The issue is the barrier community, the barrier speakers without Mandari are the one supporting us. And it's clear from former mayor statement. He said, we are proud of our son, the rebel leader, Thomas Rilo. I mean, what more do you need to associate this guy with us? He said, these people are invaders, and the reason they invading our land is because we don't have guns. So now he's laughing for the U.S. to arm them. That's what he was doing. That's why he raising those issues to the United States ambassador. So if you are laughing for arms, then who are you? Are you not rebels? If you are rebels, which rebel are you belong to? Of course, it's NAS. So NAS, a lot of people raise question. Even Jonu Chang, Hakim one time said that the NAS is a Bari community movement, and we should treat it that way. If Bari community want to coexist with South Sudanese people, then they have to come out clear to answer those questions. I heard Brother Sabata was saying that, he was asking the other guy that, are you believe what the spokesperson said? Yes, of course. This is military with intelligent information. It's a government spokesperson. Are you going to treat it just like propaganda? Like other propaganda you heard on social media? Of course, no. This is This Ajama Junub Sudan wasal marala nasuta Facebook they nasuta they don't know how far the country went. Junub Sudan went to a point they know every corner where the rebels are hiding. If they don't kill you or capture you, they just leave you there because they don't want to. But they know every corner in South Sudan. They know where where the NAS arms are and who arm them, who feed them, those one that kill people and then come to pretend to be civilian. They all know this. And the Bahari community are playing with fire here. If I was one of them, then the best thing they should do now to fire that guy and dissociate themselves from his statement and find somebody better and move on and apologize to the government, apologize to the people of South Sudan, and that would be the best thing than just sit on social media and act like they to defend the guy, act like South Sudanese don't understand what they're doing. So yes, NAS is done in South Sudan. That's another information that I want to say. NAS is finished. And now what is left for them is to mobilize the civilian by using the cows of Dingabor. Dingabor cow is not an issue. There's no issue at all. But they want something to use as a tool or mobilization. Were there any Dingabor cows when they were killing people from Juba Numli Road?
Bandi nana tori ko jol to mi.
Akwesa. Makan fi Dingabor cows fi Numli Road. Lamankan when they were killing people. So this is a rubbish. And I will stop from here. Thank you.
Shukran. There's nothing to do with cattle at all. These people have started killing us since late 80s, 90s, all along until the signing of CPA. And there have never been presence of any Dinka Boer cattle there. So it's just rubbish. All they don't want is Dinka. Sulta with our Dinka there is the problem. But Dinka don't get that Sulta. Bari. They suck it like that. They don't just pick it from the ground or take it like that. They sweat for it. And Dinka, they have what is called leadership. Imagine if Equatorian was the president of the Republic of South Sudan. They would have been Kokoro a long time ago. Let's move on. Mr. Ajak, into Ajak Ayuel. Ajak Ayuel, are you there?
Ajak was supposed to be next after me.
Ajak Ayuel.
Ajak Wiel ya. Yang ina chan kadang Bargazanich.
Ajak Ayuel.
Yeah, his name is Ajak Wiel.
Okay, he has just opened his mic. Okay, Ajak, we can't hear you. Exit the room and then come back, please. Jalur Kubar.
Otherwise, we can move the line and then come back to him after.
Like the problem is this guy is in especially in South Sudan there's problem with network.
Are
you not getting me?
Now you are okay, you are clear, my brother. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Moderator kay Agur. Malak?
Sorry, honorable. Sorry. Forgive him. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to appreciate all of you and the moderators who initiated the room for giving me the chance to give my opinion and my views on the topic. Actually, the topic is very interesting, that are NAS hide behind Bari community or Equatoria as a region? This question is very good, and everybody is interesting also to give his views. Actually, I will say yes. NAS are hiding behind Bari community. Why? NAS has been a rebel for some time now, but they don't have an idea to mobilize members. There are but it was not like that. Sorry, I think I have poor network. I don't know. Is it me? Are you getting me right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
We
go
can hear
ahead. We
you.
can hear you. I'm seeing a sign of poor network here. Uh, John Garang, members of the SPLA came to Bor during the time of mobilization, and they said, "You have been disturbed by Murle for long. Here is a weapon for you to protect yourself. Follow us. Let us go to Banga, and you will get your weapon." Majority of people follow the SPLA. When they reach Banga, the thing was different. The SPLA told them, "No, we didn't mobilize you against your community, but the problem is not Murle, the problem is the Arab. So let us deal with the Arab. That's why we mobilize you." They find the reality in the field. And when they came back, they never fight or fought Murle, but they fought the Arab or the regime in Khartoum. I think this is what Thomas Siril is trying to do, but in a wrong, that is a wrong approach. He never approached it well to mobilize communities against other communities. Here to start, I will say what all these atrocities that are happening now within Equatorial region are NAS operation. And the interest of Equatorian here is they don't want cattle in their region. So if NAS came in to chase the cattle, they will take it as a good idea. So this is where NAS is getting accurate mobilization, because Equatorian, they don't want cattle in the region. I will tell the NAS that wherever you are connecting your rebellion with the community, you are trying to destroy that community. You are trying to cause harm to that community, which is not fair, and that is not good. What happened in Mankara or Mankoro, the way they call it, Island, was a NAS operation. Why? The boat that was going from Juba to Upper Nile was attacked, and the civilian in that boat are not soldiers. They are not armed. Why was that attacks happen? It was because the NAS has been in the island for long, and they don't have food. So where do they get food? They have to attack that boat and they loot. That was a looting. Because those one in the boat were not in Gabor. They were Nuer. And half the evening I was in the field. I was in Juba, and I had the information the same day when these things happen. The same day they attacked the cattle camp. So that qualified that what was happening was not a Bari use but a rebel, because Bari use they have their food in their houses. Why to go and loot a boat? That was not true. So NAS should not deny this. They also ambushed the Reki, as stated by Lul Roy. Army Reki. Why do you attack soldiers when you are community use whatever community, or when you want to protect your community from any danger? Why do you attack the army, which is overall protector of everybody in the country? I don't see reason there. Third, there is no any use which is base. Even that law nowhere who attack, who come in large numbers, they don't have a military base. They mobilize themselves, they go and attack, they go back to their houses. You cannot get them in one place. That qualifies that what happened in Mankara. Mankara is a military base of NAS, not a residential area for Bari community. Now here, why is the NAS denying that they are the one doing this operation? Are they fearing from the government? And that settlement, as what Lulu was saying, was confirmed by the chairman of Boer community, that what happened, those one who attacks are rebel. Not because Dengabor is fearing Bari. No. But reality should be stated. It was Bari that did that one. There's a propaganda also that they are saying that they want to use Dengabor because they think the current government has a problem with Dengabor. I want to tell some of the Equatorians who are here that you people misquote that. Dengabor has no problem with the government. And majority of Dengabor are working in this government. If you people don't know, he has no problem with Dengabor at all. And we not only that, we are even if the government supposed to be, we are related to Kir himself. His son, Mayar, is his mother is from Bor. So at all, we don't have any problem with Barghazal at all. That is, there's no war that happened between Dengabor and Barghazal. I don't think. Even in the movement, some of you are saying, even since the time of the movement, they have a problem. I will tell you the majority of the people who are in the SPLA are from Barghazal. If Dengabor had a problem with Barghazal and John Garang was from Bor and is a leader, that movement will not continue, and we shouldn't achieve this country today. We achieved that country because of the sons and daughters of Barghazal who offered themselves to fight because they were the majority. That things I want to tell you that Dengabor at all have no problem with Barghazal. Dengabor is a section like Aliap. It may even Agar is may even be more than the population of Dengabor. So Dengabor cannot fight Barghazal. Dengabor cannot fight Barghazal at all. So I'm telling you, your propaganda, that proxy of inciting communities to fight themselves is wrong. Nobody from Dengabor who has a problem with Barghazal, nobody from Barghazal has a problem with Dengabor. So take that one off hit. And you are citing that president has given an order that Dengabor should take their cattle and even take his. President was giving that order because he has a military background. Somebody from his background, actually, if people don't know, he's a military intelligence officer. He knows all what is happening in South Sudan. So when President was giving an order, he had intelligent information that there is a mobilization coming, and the cattle of Dinkabur and the rest, like even his, will be attacked by the NAS rebel who are coming to communities. That's why he take his cattle to Barkazal, and that's why he was giving order so that the people, the cattle keepers, are safe, so they will not be armed. Not because he hit them, no. He was giving that order. Instead, the risk is coming. He has to inform his citizen to move. from that place, then they go back to their place of origin. So that they don't misquote, don't misunderstood the messages that are given by the leadership. With this, I will say what was stated by the spokesperson of the SSPDF was intelligence information. He cannot give wrong information, then he will be arrested. Because he's a commander in the army, and there are commanders who are senior than him. If he gives a wrong information, he will be arrested. So what he was giving, the information he was reporting was from the intelligence source, not not of it. It was from intelligence source because is from the army. This issue is not new. Majority of people may prove that one that is not new. It happened in several parts of Equatoria, and we are not saying those are Equatorian. We are saying that is a NAS rebel. It happened in Rajab. They said the issue of cattle. At last, it was a rebellion. It happened in Pageri, an area of Nyolo. At last, it was a rebellion. The same thing, what is happening in Mangala, will also be confirmed later on that it is another rebel.
Hey man, there's
Hey
nothing
man, there's
happening.
nothing happening.
There's nothing happening in Mangala or Equatoria. What is Equatoria to you? Tell me now. I've been listening. What is Equatoria to you? Tell me.
Can you drop this one, please? Why you
No.
come up and open the mic?
Okay. My friend, give us time. I think this is a forum where you give your ideas and you will be corrected later. Why Equatorians are the one coming in and take the responsibility of NAS, and they claim it to be theirs. That's why Equatorial is coming in.
Okay.
And even they wrote
Let me ask you
the
one question.
position.
When the last time you see Equatorian fighting with Dingafor?
The last time was in Mangala. Is that not true?
No, go ahead, yeah, Jack. These people, they came to
let him
interrupt
talk.
you.
Okay, are you quiet now?
It's already dropped. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I think these people don't want us to tell the truth. And what is happening, we are not saying Equatorians are rebel. We are trying to separate. Yes?
There's something I want to tell him.
Okay. Go ahead, Madu.
John Morban. That over it, man, bye. Even mon board. When you call mon board, we ban we lower it. Okay? Kulo gutena. Ago bor kaya we use. Ke excuse. Penas be operation de loy. Can do war. And to achieve Kokora too. So don't come here and fuck around. And I'm not sorry for using that language in that regard.
Great job, Honorable.
Emonya body ki jam den yel. Kwatin ngang dinga bor. Young man you can queer.
Ananas, Madu? Ananas?
Whether you're ananas or you're ananas chang. Emonya body the deal, emonya call Mary. Lord.
When ping.
Okay.
Maybe he's telling another side of his story, Wilson.
Hey,
okay. Thank you.
Tell more than you come here with you are you like always raising up your hand before listening to what is being discussed. Okay? Please sit down there and listen first. Write down a comment and I will invite you. Yin moin bori kwa go kono borke ate jeng tel mashakil. Now tragedy of one person is becoming tragedy of the commons. If you understand that term, go and search it up. What is tragedy of the commons? Go ahead, Uncle Ajak.
Okay, okay, thank you. I wanted to say something little that the cattle of Dinka boards are not the problem. They are not the problem at all. Why? When the cattle camp was attacked in Magali, some of the cattle that belong to South Sudanese, not even Dinka board, in Nimili, that were in Magali, they crossed the border to Uganda to settle there in a safe place. Until now, they are there, and we are not hearing any problem with the community there at all. There's nothing now. Two, we have our communities, refugees who are in Uganda now. Some of them have their own cattle. They are keeping them in the camps. Until now, we are not hearing any problem of the cattle, because where you are staying as a human being, you have to seek for your livelihood. No any human being will stay without something that he is doing. So you have to get something for your livelihood. Those who went to refugees camp, some of them until now have cattle, and we are not hearing any chaos or any issues about the cattle keepers. Why is it only in South Sudan our brothers are always crying of this issue of the cattle keepers? When we came in 2005, I will tell you I was in a place called Lobony. During that time, the Chinese came to Lobony, and the first thing they do, they said, we don't want Dinkas here. That was the first thing. In 2007, immediately repatriation was done. From 2007 to 2008, most of the IDPs that were in Lobony were repatriated back to their places of origin. I think they were not having cattle. So we have to separate issues here. If at all the issue is about cattle, why do you kill businessmen? Those one who are doing their business. And I have cited several examples here. And there's one even that I did not cite it last time. One of my cousins, who was a businessman, who used to go to collect shackles, bring them to Juba and sell them. They were caught up somewhere in the middle there, and they were killed. About 3 of them. I think that is not about cattle keeping, not about cattle headers. In Mabui the same. The number of Denka Bor or Denka in general, some of them were from Barkazal, were arrested, almost to be killed. But they were rescued because one of them married to a daughter of a Chole. So she did their best to make these people release because of the relationship that was there. The issue is not about cattle. The issue is with Equatorial all in general, they don't need Dinkas in their land. That's why Callisto was saying that Dengabor has invaded Shirkat, they have invaded Mangala. They are singling out Dengabor because they think that Dengabor has problem with the current government. This is what they think. But that is wrong. That is not true. This government is a government, and it can protect any citizens that is in danger. Any citizen who is in danger, the government will stand with that citizen. The government will rescue the situation of that citizen. because that is why the army is there. Yesterday, somebody was calling the whole army, which
Uncle
is
Batomnom.
comprising of the 664. Huh?
Aya lel bajal tom no meten because kaja to.
Yeah, I'm concluding it. Was calling the whole army to be a terrorist organization. I think this SPLA is the one who liberated this country. You can't call them terrorist organization at all, because they gave us this country is a golden plate, in a golden plate. That is for us, the generation which we were to come and for long. So let us not call them terrorist organization. I will rest my case here, but my brothers from Equatoria, the language you are using is not good. You are talking as Equatorian against the Dinka Bor, but there's no one time that Dinka in general have talked as a Dinka against Bari. No, they're not saying that. But why do you always talk about the issue is supposed to be between Dengabor and Bari? Why is it between Equatoria and Dengabor? I will stop here. Thank you, Madud, for giving me chance, and I will go down listen for maybe if there's somebody will ask something from me. I'm ready to answer any question that is forced to me. Thank you.
You can be up here because it is more likely some people will ask some.
No, it's okay. I'm there. Okay, go ahead.
All right, without wasting time, we'll move the line. Miyako Fadal. Chagotok Manamalen. Miyako Mayom.
Wait. Miyako, I have to play a song for Miyako.
We have to make sure he's awake or he's there.
He might not be here.
Play the song.
All right, is it now or we better talk track?
I think it's busy, my dude. It's busy.
I'm here. I just want to go to a quiet place.
He's here. He said he
Okay.
need to go to quiet place.
Okay, play the music while he's going to the quiet place. Thank you.
I move
Refreshing,
the
it
line
has been
while I
very
get the thing.
intense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But my dude, why
okay,
you don't give me 1 second, my brother? Why?
Agur? Ima bator tarum tiok to bury in mic dungan one more time. Chapping.
Aja pig lot wing Malaysia.
Yeah. Ruot Fadal.
Yeah, thank you very much for all of you guys doing the job for the community in order for us to move forward. And I salute all of you up, down. Thank you, Madudanyar, for making the community talk about what is going on. My name is Rod Yut, as you seen it up there. The question that I'm coming up for, Yajamana, South Sudan is already in a hot seat. We do not need to fuel the situation is already the fire already burned. If there's anything go wrong like this, you need the community to sit and say it.
Mileage, what? Let me come to my
Oh,
time.
okay, go.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Miyako. Ruot. Miyako was in a noisy place. He's at work and he just had to go to a quiet place. So just give him this chance and then you will definitely come after him because he was ahead of you anyway. But then he wasn't available at that time. Go ahead, Miyako.
Thank you, Honorable, and thank you, Nyan Jiang, and all the people in the panel, Brother Gabriel, Matthew, Brother Mayandit, Deng Mayandit, and Brother Angelo, Roar, Agoro, William, Jack, Lion,
General and Sabata, and the people who are listening downstairs. You know, sometimes I like to listen, but there are some stuff that will motivate you to come up and speak. Say that Arnas hide, which is actually hiding behind Bari community / Equatoria as a region. I will come back to that. There are 3 points that I want to talk about. Number one, I want to describe who is the leader of the NAS first. What is the problem that actually in their region? And then I will come to this question, which is are NAS hiding behind Bari? You know, if we go back during the movement, let that question stay there. Let us define who is actually Thomas Cirillo. Thomas Cirillo is a man that actually is a betrayer by nature. He's a betrayer. He betrayed Jeshe Sudani when he joined the movement in 1994, I do believe, if somebody would correct me, 1994, 1992, somewhere there.
92,
yes. You know, the incident that happened in the barracks that he slaughtered, Katal Jesh Sudani, and Uzol Khain, وكان في جيش السوداني زول تابوين وكان رايت ده برضه بتسكواليفاي him to become a guide بتاع الجيش لانك انت ناس اللي بيعرف العسكريه كويس انك انت عشان تكون قائد تمام مليان فل وتفهم في القياده بتاعت الجيش تمام كان انت صف ضابط انت لازم تمشي مدرسه بتاعت القياده بتاعت الجيش لحد ما تكون رقيب اول لكن انت لو وصلت عريف انت لسه ما قائد ما ممكن تقود الناس لكن شاويشيه وانت ماشي الليل لحد ما تكون صول ده انت وصلت القياده بتاعت الجيش تماما ده لما تكون non commissioned officer. When you become a commissioner as officer انت من ما تتخرج انت ملازم ده ممكن تكون اكسو تكون زول بتاع مكاتب شويه كده لسه انت لو سمعت تعلمت القياده لانه تو فريش ملازمه ولا انت لسه لما تبقى نقيب انت بتكون قائد بتاعت سريه which is company تبقى رايد انت لسه قاعد في مكاتب بتاع اداره لسه لما تبقى مقدم بقوم بالسلوك الكليه الحربيه لمده 2 أو 3 سنه عشان تقوم تخد الدبوره الثانيه اللي هو الدبوره نمره 6 بالضبط كده لانه رايد 4 و6 ده يكون عقيد. لما تتخرج بعقيد تتخرج طوالي اوتوماتيكلي عقيد ركن اللي عنده علامه حمراء الجنوبيين جنب البسوسه كده. علامه دي ده انت تكون قايد انت بتعمل كل المشاريع الخلويه اداره تتخرج بحاجه اسمها ماسترز ديجري في العلوم العسكريه وعلوم الاداريه وكيفيه اداره الدول ده بيجي رتبه بعد كده انت خلاص بيجي رتبه سياسيه انت بتمسك لك برجيت ممكن تمسك باتاليون انت بيجي زول كبير بعد كده لكن هو تخرج كرايد انا لسه هو مكانه في الجيش زاد في القياده زي زول عسكري هنا في امريكا لما تطلع من الجيش انت جندي ولا انت كوبرال you did not go to NCO non-commissioned schools to become a leader. ده واحد لما انت تكون في الجيش when you are a soldier وده الحاجه داير اقوله للناس sometimes you do things you think that you are a hero but you are not a hero لانه في military there are something called values military values that you have to live up to them for your life. One of them the most important thing you know you cannot leave your fallen comrade. زميلك ده كان بقى منو ذاته زميلك ده ابوك ده امك ده اول حاجه انت that's why انت لما تعمل حاجه اسمها confinement period مده 45 عشان يعلموك كيف تكون عسكري كيف تنسجموا مع بعض. زميلك ده اهم من اخوك اللي ولده معك اهم من امك اللي ولدتك اهم من اخوك من اختك لانه ليه زميلك ده is the one who knows about you the one can die for you the one who can cover your back your battle body. توماس سيريلو قتل زملائه في المعسكر وده تاريخ عفن جدا even though people say لا ما الكلام ده قال ده جلابه ما في اسمه جلابه. العسكري الاصلي if you want to fight with somebody that actually into separated انت get out اطلع منه completely and go and meet with them in the battlefield ده انت بتكون زول تمام. وانا بشكر ليد بيتر جديد he made a mistake في بور لكن كان عمل عمليه بطوليه في بانتيو في 1994 when الوزراء كان قتلوهم ناس فولينا متى قتلوا الوزراء وزراء ذاته من الجنوبيين هو بقى زعلان شديد من فولير ماتشب when he was actually rejoining the SPLA. قال فولير قال you should not do this لانه because الناس اللي كانوا بيقول the rebel they are not rebel. وكذا في ترقدي ده كان جاي من منطقه اسمها لار منطقه بتاع ريك مشار was fighting somebody called Peter Parji ده كان قاعد بتاع دكتورية مشار وكذا دكتورية مشار لسه قاعد برا 1994 فقام قال جلابه وقال لناس فولير ماتشب قال له how come انا جاي من عمليات you know where is the rebel and you killing the civilians. وقام قال للجيش بتاعه كلام ده في المنطقه اسمها بيمرو وقال للجيش بتاعه قال الزول ده يمشي لفولينو طبعا ده جوا بانتيو قال بيمرو ده بس برا كده من بانتيو شويه ده حله كده قال للجيش بتاعه قال له الزول ده يمشي لفولينو متى يمشي ده يرجع مدينه يمشي مدينه لكن ما بزول اضربه لكن مين قابلكم بعدين في ميدان انا ما بخليكم في ترقدي ده شغل بتاع الانسان ده بطل وزول عسكري زول بيعرف زمانه ده واحد. الكاركتر بتاع تومي شيريلو ده ما خلاه تومي شيريلو after he left لو سامع كلام بتاعه لما طالع كلام ده he narrated by himself عشان سباتا قاعد ما يكون كلام ده كذب. we have the recording after he left جوبا مشى قال للجيش ده كان ماشي مع الجيش شوي قال لهم نحن نعمل امبوش قال له في عربات جاي كان في عربات جايين قال له ما بزول يجي تعليمات ده انا always he's looking for the weak people يعني for the vulnerable people which are the civilian. لما عربات ده جو ماشي شاف عربات ده عربات الجيش قال للناس بتوع ما يضربوا لكن لما جاء عربات civilian he will attack the cars of the civilian ويقتلهم. This is a character of Tommy Cirillo. Very weak and very coward leader. زول جبان جدا زول ما غايد. عشان كده لما جاء شوف بعد ده كله لما he became deputy chief of staff وكلام قال كلام خطير عشان ده نجي في موضوع تاع Equatorial ده. Look, when he became a deputy chief of staff he said it لو اخواني نوير قاعدين هنا ده لانه because I want to talk about the portion من هذا كمان بتاع نوير انه نوير have been used as a scapegoat and this is actually يعني these people they become to study the weakness of Nuer. This is not the first time Nuer to be used. Nuer has been used a lot. At Nas Khartoum they use Nuer a lot for the weakness of Nuer in them a very high temper. وعندهم مشكلة بتاعهم مع دينكا وما بيعرفوا دينكا until now دينكا they have never have a problem with Nuer. لكن intelligence بتاع جنوب السودان they always use Nuer لأن Nuer قبيلة كبيرة لأن because when the Nuer and the Dinka are fighting there is no country. There is instability in the country. Mana nas al humma opportunists, they will find their ways, they all this. And this thing been used min kamutaminat, min badri, because they've been using this. For people are very well educated, they use this, including Lema Koltaban is a mastermind and Peter Adwognya, by the way. That's Martin Kalamda. For hina, when he became a deputy chief of staff, he had a meeting. Magar Westwell, Nas Bugul Mafi Ingilab Khan Mujud, and he said it by himself. And Tommy Shirino is not a qualified soldier. Tamam can tatla min al-jaysh and you become and disclose everything before you become 10 years. Indana fi jaysh lama takun enta indak haja sim lanu he was a deputy chief of staff and عنده haja sim security clearance. Security clearance enter when you left the military wala haja you don't disclose any information until after 10 years. Kalam da kare amulena fi America. So he came and talked like a child and professional. Kalam da amulu fi America fi 2018 انه one day he was قاعدين في بيت مع Garwes Dwell قال ودا كود قام جا في البيت لما جا بقى خاف قال يمكن maybe Garwes Dwell betrayed him بقى خاف طوال قاعد يرجع لأن they were planning for something. That's before the war started. لما هنا قام طلع ودا كود قام طلع كده مش لجارويز Dwell قال له Garwes Dwell قال له جين كان سنة فانت زي شنو جابه هنا. Garwes Dwell قام قال له زول قال he was walking nearby he saw my car that's why he came here. بقى مرتاح شوية. ده واحد ده بوري إنه he's a betrayer. Number two, when the war broke out, he said it by his own tongue. He said, "Ala innu, he used to be an IO. Lano Salon as well, Galo later he did not join the IO. Gala was an IO when I got to Juba. God, we used to help Dictorial Mashar and we leaked a very sensitive information. We helped them. God, some of the things that I cannot say them here. Shuf, when Thomas Rudd left Juba, have you heard any time Haja Sima non-gunman? Mafi. Ugalinu, Gal when war broke out, Gal he was hiding. He's the one who hit Nuer in the houses. The question is coming here, a question again is mouth of all in the NAS. In Ugalo line where they've been hand down door to door. Is Akanda's old deputy chief of staff is the one who hit Nuer, the only one person who knows where Nuer were hiding in the houses. What does that tell you? To me, كزول عسكري وكزول كان شغال في المباحث وانا بستمع تماما and analyze things. اول حاجه في question بس عن نفسه. طيب انت يا تومي سيرولو انت قلت you are an IO, you were leaking a very sensitive information, you were helping Victoria Machar, وقلت في حاجات ثانيه ما بتقوله. حاجات ثانيه ما بتقوله ده شنو؟ what left? What left is the killing door to door, because Tommy Cirillo was the one actually pretending to become Minugad Manuel, so like he's the one who actually hiding Nuer, and at the same time he's the one who was killing Nuer. Naza can be to the Nuer Ajamana, then as Baria. Then as Baria can be to the Nuer, Fijuba. This is Luana Kadab as Tommy Cirillo. And also, Santari Funizolda, he was inciting. Well, this is how the witness, they use the witness. Nuer being used. They were using Nuer. Using Nuer as an Shakal Madenga, as a good Fimish Nuer Denga. After he left Juba, Dr. Riek Machar, he said by himself, Dr. Riek Machar phoned me when Dr. Riek Machar was in South Africa. Gallo, ya General, politely, Gallo, he said to me, General, let us work together. Gala, I told him, Dictor, no, I don't want to join you. Well, this head call SPLM and my dad. That Mishkil Tishnu, isim that SPLM and my dad. And just stop there. A few days later, he was interviewed, the Voice of America. And the lady asked her, why don't you, the opposition, join hand together? To Mishirullah Tawali, he responded, Galino, he said, well, there are some oppositionists, they want to force us to join them. Shuf, yesterday, he said Dr. Riek Machar called him politely, and now here he's saying that, there are some opposition, they want to force us to join them by force, to control us. You see, that he was betraying, he was using Nuer, and that's a question, Leo Malele, why he did not join the IO, execute without Galma der Hajasima SPLM. Okay, Jaina Visoma. Ya Jamana, he came and joined hands ma Pagana Mom. Pagana Mom in the Shinu. Most real SPLM, command Pagan kat real SPLM. Akhir Dr. Riek Machar kan SPLM IO, mana Dr. Riek Machar, he refused to become, he's opposing the IO. Lekin zo legal who real SPLM zat. And he joined them. Del fitna that been used for years and years, and my brothers Nuer, they don't see it. Equatorian and some people from Upper Nile, in particular, Nas Lama called, Nas Pagana Mom did it in 2013, that he did the trick, Lazim Dr. Riek Machar, myself, so they can come and find them, and a friend, Lama called did it in 2013, Lamanuja command fi Nada Gale Nas, you see, and now I'm not armed opposition. Mana Dr. Riek Machar is a bad person all the time. So the people who were killing Nuer door to door are the barrier that actually allied Thomas Cirillo. You guys must go and make this analysis according to the word that he said. I'm just because you cannot be the person who is hiding person and nobody knows the place. If you don't look at you are the person who's saying that there are some secrets that I cannot say. Manatu inu anana katalna Nuera shana guldenga ya katalom shana alu nar katir. Nani was a deputy chief of staff, leaking very serious information to IO. I refused to join the IO. Mush command refused to join the IO. He took the arms of the IO, was fighting IO. Bikitul man as IO na fi Equatorial. Neyo malela sila, na Dictoria Mashargama gulo derin sila betam basarajo. They refused. But our brothers Nuer, culture with Nuer, they don't understand things very quick. Biakhud mam zaman. But when they become to understand this game, Ajamana Kalamda, I couldn't batal. Into Shufte that Johnson Olunyi did it. They used Nuer in 2015. Johnson Olunyi went and joined the Nuer. After they achieve what they're doing, as a German Nafsun who is all quiz, begin to Salama Hakuma, when a Garway will begin as Kabi. You see, this is how they've been doing this to Nuer. You see? So my brothers Nuer, this is a time for you to sit down, nobody else will speak on your behalf. Go and make your research. Lady Dr. Riek Machar did not talk about it. Why they did not ask Tom Cirillo, why he did not, what is the problem, ma IO? What is his problem, Manuel? Mana Naska Victor Nas Juba, then as Baria. Anna Kamana, I want to agree with my brother Angelo. Angelo, you were making a lot of sense, and I like the way you analyze things. Inno Jamana, Kalam that spokesperson with SSDF. Zolda is a professional. I am a professional soldier in Canada. Even the term is that he used is a very full military terms, nas foxholes, nas trenches, nas inaida. The kullu kalam very professional. And also, Angelo, you said something very important. In the Sudan, Sudan is well equipped more than Sudan. Sudan has been a country for more than 50 years. Like in South Sudan, because South Sudan became a country in the time of technology. اي حاجه بتاعت الجيش سلاح اللي عنده الجيش بتاع جنوب السودان even the equipment شفت الدبابات لو شفت كان في الطين ده ما في كلام زي ده في السودان ما في دبابه كان ماشي بو من منجيل ماشي بو بنتي ده حمال جدود بيمشي في الطين زي بيمخن جوا المويه تاني خرطوم ما عنده كلام زي ده. So South Sudan has equipment. South Sudan ما بيجي ساكت. South Sudan is a part of is a دولة اللي independent at the good time. At the good time يعني زي جنة ولدوها سنة في 2000 وفي 2023 ده وجنة ولدوه في 1983 is totally different. حتى أنا دكتور لما أقول now they become engineers who graduate today. دكتور لما أقول now or دكتور يوم مشار maybe they don't even know how to type. Maybe they just spoke. Some of them we see them here even as Pagan. Look up young when they want to come Facebook, they didn't even know how to use Facebook IAP. We've seen them. They have to be held by the children. Manatu, Sudan as a newborn, a young generation of technology country. Dama dawla sale sai shanti to go to know the kalam farak sakit. When they speak, they know what they're talking about. Sudan is been monitored. Why? Manatu, Kamana Denka, people who speak in Galanda and Mishkela Equatoria, Mandana Mishkela Equatoria, because there are some Equatorians are suffering from this tribe called Anabadig Muslims. Honorable, you are very well aware by Manatu Equatoria. Shuvnas Moro, do we have a problem as a Dinka with Moro? Moro are suffering. Moro can't become Mopsutin of Dala Makana Domo, Wilai, Thomas or Madida. Now they've been suffering from Zande, dominant. I'm sure the few Moro Shagal Akuma. He was even Kabir. Lanule, Zande are very big tribe. Zande كمان في ناس كثيرين متعلمين من زمان. ناس مورو شغالين في شغال الهابش ناس مستشفى هنا. شفت؟ في صوم زاد زي ناس بقولوا باري speakers ده. هم في ناس زي ناس سبادة ديل زاد have been used by the barrier. ما يمداك في زول ناس فجلو يمداك هنا ده حكيم ده ما جاب زعلان بقى زعلان يوم كده في ناس كل جاه ناس قال إننا we've been using the ناس إننا ياو جيش إننا ياو the boot لكن كل أولاد barrier بتاع ناس توم يشيلون ده كله لاسين دبابير هم ضباط. They don't even fight. The people who defected from the NAS, the other day they came, women and the children. And the commanders, Galeno NAS, he's a terrorist-like. And then a documentary is the guy, the SSTV. So NAS is a terrorist organization. They are using Equatorian. They are not hiding behind the barrier. Actually, it's a barrier movement. But they are using other Equatorians. Not because when you hide behind barrier, you are different, so you are using barrier for something. Like in Iceland is a movement of barrier. The problem with Dinka, في Equatoria the problem with barrier. The problem with Dinka, ma Kakwa, wala ma Fudulu, wala ma Moro, wala ma United. Nazel Londo Mano Miskela Banin Biju. Not because there is no somebody called Equatorian Ajamana. Ma Vizolishum Equatorian, there is a cowardness in either people are hiding behind this. That's why Nas is hiding behind the Equatorian to use the other tribes that actually are in their region, whether Fajulu, whether Kakwa, whether Moro, whether United Basin to Equatoria, they can Kazabin. Then barrier, Mishkela Vitana ma barrier. Barrier got to Nas. And then we must identify your enemy. We have identified the barrier, killing people or innocent people, barrier, back to Nas. The barrier. And I want also to agree, my brother Jack, the boat that actually was in either boat of you Nuer, then and dry fish. Shailin al border, machine bio fish bitam. Innocent people were killed by NAS. In conclusion, ya jamana lo barrier del mutamaridin. Inta kada tell me the mafi de inkawi zaman bagudu fi Khartoum da kullu bugulo inta mutamarid. Lakini you don't accept it. Fi de inkawi bugula na mutamarid kan. Lakini are you mutamarid or ma mutamarid? Ita kuta mutamarid gad fi Khartoum ta de inkawi. If you're talking about mutamarid, abuk mutamarid, I know we can get to harka shabia, we got to harka shabia. Even me, I went, even I visit my father in the bush. Like I was saying, like here when I was interviewed here in America, I said yes, I supported SPLM. I supported SPLA. I said this command for interview with IV in Masr. Why do you say? I said Tunisi, one two another INS. In Tunis. I told him, why I did not join because I grew up in Khartoum, but if I was growing up in South, I could have joined automatically because SPLA is fighting for me. I told him. So let us not lie. Is who is that? Listen carefully. Two things. The mayor actually ده طابور خامس عشان كده معظم الناس اولاد باري قاعدين في حكومه ذاته معظمهم ده طابور خامس هم المتمردين. And the proof is this. إذا كان المير بيقول لأنه is condemning Jesh بتاع جنوب السودان حكومة وكان شغال فوقه as a politician. Do you think politician will speak like this? Politician بيتكلم زي ده. وبعدين at the same time تقول إنه Thomas is our son and we support him. What does it tell you? What does it tell you? في منو في ده وينو ناس دينغ ما يندي ما is an opposition. Another is opposition. Brother Denga Yodit will never say that Ulasan Fakir Mayadit is our son. We support him, meaning that he's not opposing him. Not because you don't support somebody because it's from your tribe, but you don't support somebody. If you support somebody doing something wrong, actually you are a part of that organization. That's why they were asking for the arm, and we are so glad, they are asking America. And I'm so happy, they are asking America, not because we are waiting for this arm to come. This is the time for the Dinka. We must fight Ajamana Bari. Lazim Nashakal Mabari. If they are supporting Talama, America, if Bari declare a war, and they want to be helped with a weapon against the Dinka, then Lazim Nashakal Mabari. They are the Zaman Bitan and the Shakal Film Bari. That because the international already know at another guy, Akuma or Barrier, they are lobbying for Barrier to fight the Dinka. ويلا بعد كده نحن بنمشي بعد كده international community if they come and intervene في موضوع ده إنه the two tribes are fighting. And then back in that tribe there is the internal problem. حكومة جنوب السودان يا بيجي بحجزنا. ويجي يسألونه قاعد يشاكلوا ليه؟ إذا في دولة تانية قاعد داير تدخل في الموضوع ده قاعد عشان use this thing to be a scapegoat قاعد عشان يجي يدخل في موضوع شؤون جنوب السودان بنسأل إنه ليه أمريكا تساعد قبيلة ضد قبيلة؟ Why America? ما we are a United Nations United Nations members. We will ask this. We will ask this. حتى لو ما عندنا دولة أفريقية is a member of international United Security Council. ما عندنا China, عندنا Russia. They're our allies. معناها يمكن نتكلم معهم to fight our United case. لأنه because how come يا جماعة قبيلة be used against other قبيلة? Thomas Cirillo is the one who actually supported by the barrier, fueling the problem between the Denka and the Nuer. And now this is the time for the sons and the daughters of Nuer. Lazim, they must know, the one who is killing people door to door. Juba Dakan, the barrier. The barrier come to finance. Actually, another incited by Thomas Cirillo because Thomas Cirillo we had the power. Yau kan zo da musul min jesh. Da ma malunga wan bidi Thomas Cirillo bas inada. Nada Thomas Cirillo kan khain. I will stop here. Well, thank you so much.
All right. Can I ask a question, and then the person who is going to be making submission will just answer my question as well?
Digi Sabata, I forgot when we were talking. Actually, you are one. Sabata Taban, you are a murderer. As I know for Juba, I could have arrested you and investigate you based on the statement you said. You narrate a history. But I don't know if you are Kakwa. I know you are from Kakwa. Was married to a Denka general. أو زول كبير ويلا الرايد ده الجيش الضابط ده هو شال بيته تقول في موضوع بتاع الاراضي عرض بتاع واحد من إكواتوريان ولا عرض بتاع واحد من كاكوا and انتوا المشير في المحكمه he refused to take not to give you the land لكن بعد كم يوم كده few days ولا كم يوم كده that man died and his wife from Kakwa came and returned the land. What does that tell you? The woman, that woman could have been arrested also. Lanu, you are telling me, Lanu lezo le mut, that woman from Kakwa has poisoned her husband. That actually was a Dinka. For you, yourself, one day, Sudan Gardner, I will follow this case. And I will bring you, you want us to show us, Al-Marada min Kakwa da munu, وده نعرف الزاد الضابط الدينكا وده منو لانه you are actually a witness ولا انت زاد متهم انت بتعرف ده قريب المره ده قريبتكم you guys murdered an innocent man and that woman was not loyal لانه كان مش رجع اراضي women كاكوا وكان هذا كاكوا معناه she poisoned her husband وده كلام قاعد نقوله دائما الناس Equatorial ده هم ناس يعني ناس very coward people to be honest I have to say this very coward people الناس بيسموا منازل ده ما culture بتاع human being. This thing need to be taught, need to be put in the book of tourism. Now, when a tourist come, they have to be careful when they go to that region called Equatorial not to be poisoned, like innocent people that actually been poisoned. The culture of Equatorial. وشكرا متولي أنا بس كنت هنا.
Okay, can I go ahead and ask the question?
Did I lie about this story?
Did I lie
Thank
about the
you.
history? Huh?
Can I ask a question, and then the
No.
person who is going to be speaking will just answer my question as he speaks.
Yeah, that's the story. I just said that is story of the land that the man that was married to a Kakwa woman, and the land was taken back after he died. Is that his story? Am I lying, or you said it last time?
No, you're not lying. It's true.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sometimes you make me wonder whether you're okay, whether you're normal. Like it's okay.
لا كان سممو ولا نادى لكن قتلوه في النهايه وقتلوه الحمد لله يادميت انه ده بعد كده مش بنعمل بحث بعدين شكرا.
And there are areas like guns and whether you're okay, but it's okay. You're entitled to your thoughts. Anyways, here is my question.
Yeah,
My question
Sabata,
is
what do you mean? What do you mean if he's okay when you actually confirm his whatever his claim? So that means he's okay, and you are the one that trying to deny it.
ما في مشكلة. He's okay. He's okay. زيت كده كمان ما في مشكلة. Anyways, let me ask this question.
Okay, go ahead.
Why?
Make it short so we can move the line. Thank you.
Sure. Lulu, why ask this question? This is one of the questions that he says needs satisfactory answer. The Bari community through their chairman, can they clarify exactly who attacked them? All right, the 24th of December, and then he has 3 more other questions. And this is, of course, a response to the fact that Bari are saying there are no NAS in our areas here. So my question here is this, Yahwana, if Lulrai is in his normal state of mind, and if Hakuma is also Hakuma al-normal, how do you go and ask an ordinary citizen, you Rick al-assassino, can mutumirik Beinoman hinak wala mafi, while you people have a national security the agent al Hakuma. Dema shokol at national security, yani hasa kan muatin kelengal, I'm not seeing any rebel here. Does that then have to be the responsibility that al muatin de then kede wori al attack al amulu kida or al amulu hinak de mune amulu? And is that not a way of basically labeling al muatin de gal rebel? Is it not a way of labeling Al-Muat in the rebel? This is one. And then the final question is, if Thomas Cirillo practically did hit Nuer from getting
Sabata,
the second question.
Asuma, when you ask more than one question, it's hard for people to
no. Let me just finish this one. When Thomas Cirillo hits Nuer from getting killed, is he not humanitarianly doing a good thing? Al Assassino citizens should not suffer being killed innocently by some militias from a particular tribe. Is that not a humanitarian good act? Why should he be condemned for saving citizens of Nuer? So you guys can go ahead and answer as you guys discuss. Thank you.
So, have any of you discussed how?
Can I answer that question, sister moderator?
Who is this? Sorry, who is that?
This
Angelo? Okay, Angelo, you
Angelo,
wanted
go
to
ahead.
answer to Sabata? Okay, go ahead.
Brother
Yeah.
Angelo, let me answer one question and you answer the Kalanta to the Let me answer this question.
خلاص go ahead.
أنا طبعا كزول عسكري كزول اشتغلت في المباحث واشتغلت في الجيش. اشتغلت كمان في الجيش يا معايا.
علي صوتك شوية أستاذ مياكو. علي صوتك because it's very down.
Yeah, Nyan Jeng, can I ask Mayokol one question, please? And then I will go down.
No, JJ, you have to wait. We have to answer Sabata question and then we'll come to your question. Be patient.
Okay.
Ustaz Miyakol, are you there?
Question
or you want Angelo to go ahead?
The thing is trying to find a secure place to talk. So I can.
Nyakol Tilakins Joggerul, that was it. Okay, Angelo, further.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you getting Nyakol now? Okay, Joggerul.
Anything on? Wrapping on?
Yes.
Okay. طبعا ثباته وما زول عسكري. زول المشي ده ان احنا في الجيش عندنا حاجه اسمها المصادر. Investigation, when you do the investigation in the area, even if you send the intelligence, ده ما شغل بتاع national security، ده شغل بتاع MI military intelligence. ده تابع للجيش. لانه when you are asking for متمردين. ده شغل بتاع MI، وMI لما نمشي بمشي بيسالوا المواطنين، لانه when you are doing investigation حتى هنا في امريكا لو ولا في اي مكان ولا شغال في البوليس، لو في جريمه وقعت في اي مكان بتسال الناس. I think I don't know. Sabata تقول تاني يا كون راسه كويس وانت تقول تاني زون راسه كويس. I don't know. لمن يا راسه ما كويس. I think you are not knowledgeable about حاجة اسمها investigation. فشكرا. فاصل بعد كده.
Okay. Can I go now?
Angelo, go ahead.
Okay, shukran. Thank you, moderators. Swal but Sabata, you know, why would Lul would ask the civilian to tell who attacked them? I don't think he listened to the video well. Lul did not ask them. They came up with a statement that it was NAS. But the community leaders say, no, there was no NAS there. So now he said, if there's no NAS there, they condemn the statement by the army. So the army said, okay, if you condemn our statement, so tell us who attacked us. So that's how that question came. The army came with intelligent information that the NAS were the one that ambushed them. But the community leader said, no, there's no NAS there. So the second question now say, if there's no NAS there, so who attacked us? That's how the question came about. And I hope you go back and watch the video again. The statement that Markle made, that actually it was Thomas Grillo that killed Nuer door to door. And now you said that why it would be condemned because it was a humanitarian act. The reason we asked the question is because he said that he hid the civilian in houses. And then those civilians that he hid turn out to be dead. Turn out that somebody killed them. And he was the one that hid them.
No.
So now who killed them?
He hide them so that they will not be killed because there are rampant killings going over.
And then they find out, and then somebody killed them. So who do you think that killed them? Because he's the one that knows where they are. So of course he hide them and send somebody to go and kill them. That's how it is. If you hide somebody, if you hide something, you the only one that know where you hide. I don't know where you hide somebody. If you hide something and something disappear, then actually you will be the suspect. And that's why Thomas Hillary the suspect for the killing of Nuers door to door in Juba, because he was the one that hid them. Full stop.
Angelo, let me tell you something. Please. Naba poken we monjangali ba poken we wet kana ba leg we monjang. Don't give Ben something that will raise some questions that you cannot defend and answer well. Okay? Talk straight. Thomas Cirillo to be involved now. If you are asked now, how did Thomas Cirillo hide people and kill people then? Is it possible?
He was the one that said that he hide the Nuers. Thomas Cirillo himself said that. He's the
Now,
one that said that.
and okay, he had the Nuer, and then he killed the Nuer. The Nuer came out of his house dead. If he hide them, then they will be alive. Akol could hide some Nuer, and they spoke out that we are alive because of Akol. So please, let's forget
Said,
about that statement.
no, the question was
We
for
cannot
from
continue back
Tabata.
and forth regarding
Tabata
hiding of whoever.
Tabata asked the question that if Thomas Cirillo eyed Nuer, was that humanitarian act? Why would he be a suspect? And then I said, if you hide something and something disappear, you will be the primary suspect. That's what I said. So Thomas Cirillo
That is
will,
completely nonsense, and it didn't happen. If we hide people, then those people are alive. Otherwise,
I don't know.
we do
I
not
mean,
hide anyone.
then why would he say that he had people?
It's
Yeah,
all nonsense.
honorable.
Thomas Cirillo.
Can
How
I
can
ask my
Thomas
question
Cirillo
and
hide
then I will go down?
No, JJ, please
Yeah,
mute.
don't have time. Nonsense, Bitalo. Took away Keliwi Nakmak. Anyway, let's move on the line. Road further. This too much questioning thing comes with a lot of nonsense that are irrelevant.
Oh, thank you very much, guys. Probably maybe that's little noise because I'm driving, but just get off from work and go home. Like I said before, let not fuel the fire. Because when you are in somebody's house, you need to be cautious. Now, in the situation that we are in within southern and southern Sudanese, I'm not gonna go for accusation who did that and who's what and who's what. No, but I can go back again to say if you're talking about Bari, at the same time you said Denka as wool, it still there's this contradiction within that language. It's not right, but because we want to fix and we want to help our president to see what the Southern Sudan look like, this social media has become too much bomb on it, but it's not helping our people back home. Unless if you do not go back home, yes, you can talk like that. But if you went back home to see the situation, it's the chaos. Even our politicians, they don't even know what they're doing. They don't even know when their children is going to be survived tomorrow, because they're thinking about if I die today, what is my children going to survive? What's going on right now? I think Lul, as a spokesman, is contradicted himself as a spokesperson within the government, which means it tarnished the government way the government can operate it. But yet, the community within Bari, did they confront cholesterol? Is it cholesterol? No, sorry about that. I'm driving because I didn't put the name up. Is it the name cholesterol? Can somebody help me out?
Callisto. Callisto, you mean Callisto?
Yes, cholesterol. Yeah, sorry about
Yeah,
that.
Callisto is one, but there is another person, which is the community leader. This is a youth leader. Callisto is a youth leader and a former mayor. But there is
Okay.
another person mentioned in the article, in the message. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So when we look at it, all this, Jamana, we are in two different fronts. That confrontation now is supposed to be, if it's the board but Bari, they are the ones supposed to say, hey, hold on. Yes, there's something went wrong. But if the leader, the youth, because he's not in the government anymore, it's supposed to be the community within board confront him to ask him again, what did you just say, or did you mean what you just said? If that's the case, how are we going to solve this? But now in the social media become too much. Each and every one, all three of us from Equatorial, Afanile, Bargazal, they want involved in the situation that it can turn to something like 2013. That is very, very dangerous. If we cannot confront our politician, and still here now we're talking about Bari. Bari alone cannot fight all Denka, which means the Denka, they make it too dangerous within themselves, because when they single Bari, at the same time they say Nina Denka, that is very dangerous. That is not good. At the same time, you connect it with the government. Is it the government for Denka only? The question is still need to be relevant. But why can Jonglei government and Bari government, governor or Central Equatoria, can the community go out and say, yeah, Jamana, no, back off. Afanal, back off. Bargazal, back off. This is a state and a state. If you want to save life. But if some of you on social media is fueling too dangerous thing, this is need community to community to come down and make it irrelevant. Yes, sir.
Hey, Rod, I don't think you understood whatever is happening. Did you understand anything?
Yes, I did.
Do you know what you're
Because we
talking
were
about?
talking about. I did, because we were talking about it yesterday, and I already know
Okay,
the
is
topic
the
is up
government,
there.
and on, like you asked, is the government for Dinka? Is this and that? Okay, let me ask you this one: who accused who first? I believe is the chairperson of Bari community and the former mayor of Juba, who traded accusation first. And you heard the former mayor saying that we are proud of Thomas Chirilo is our son more than 200%. You heard that?
Yes,
Meanwhile,
I
Thomas
did, based
Chirilo
on the
is a rebel
community.
and is active. Just keep quiet. Hang on. Thomas Chirilo is a rebel and is active in the area. Now, when Lul Gatkwat came, because Lul Gatkwat or South Sudan People Defense Forces have been accused, and Lul Gatkwat, Lul Ruai came out. Lul Ruai, he came out and stated and presented a few questions. This and this has happened. Was it done by the NAS forces or the armed youth of Bari? These and these have been done like this. Was it done by Bari or NAS? So you should understand things clearly here, how the government got involved. Okay? And the government carried out a reconnaissance. And this is whereby they came to into military confrontation with the NAS forces and they dislodged them. And they found out there are 1,000 trenches there or foxholes and around 15 to 30 shells of 82 mil mortar. You know, Owen. Okay? So they found those shells. So I don't know now where you got things wrong, unless if you didn't listen to the audio and a written info or press release by the government, by the South Sudan People Defense Forces spokesperson. Okay, so you talk about what you know. This is not John Ochang room where people talk nonsense anyhowly. Okay, go ahead now.
Madudanya asma الحاجات دي كله في تفاصيل. when you count all this kind of stuff, there's no any rebel or any confrontation based on the gun that you can just leave all this kind of weapon behind. You cannot. And that's the reason why I'm saying that it's not irrelevant based on the
Who
information
told you
that
the
the
weapons were
spokesperson.
left behind? The shells, you know the shells? You know Kapsur, Bita Ajara, Bita Dana?
Okay, yes, no, that's what we're talking about. That's what I'm coming from. So if
Yep, they
that's
are
the
not
case,
weapons.
they have a
Yep, so if
confrontation with the
yeah,
military,
if
right?
they fire them, the shells will remain. Where
Okay, they
have you
fire
heard
them to
in
who?
any military
They
confrontation
fire them to
that
whom?
shells are
They're
hidden or
fighting
taken
for? They
away?
fighting for the SSDF, or they fighting for the community? Because there's a two different case here. The community wanted to make sure what went wrong. If the SSDF involved and they fight within that island to confront the NAS, okay, then why is it now the community need to be fighting each other because of who's behind this? It's supposed to be the NAS.
My friend, there are a few statements stated here by Lul, okay, Lulroy. He stated 2 boats that were owned by a Nuer businessman were shot at and looted. He also stated a Chinese construction worker who was being escorted by one of South Sudan People Defense Forces personnel
Along to
got shot and killed.
Terekeke.
Got shot and killed. SPLM, or what is it called? SPLA forces. We still remain with that. We just call it SPLA, not South Sudan People Defense Forces. That too long. Also, SPLA forces have been ambushed. Okay. And then the military confrontation that happened on one of the islands whereby the trenches were found. So Lul Roy was asking question, who did all those crimes? Okay, were those crimes committed by the armed Bari youth or the NAS forces? We just want accountability here. And it will be the chairperson of Bari community who will answer that. Because he's the one who have accused the government forces and as well as accusing Dinkabor, okay, as well as asking the government forces to leave the area. Where on earth does a community ask the government forces to leave that area if it is not only on Bari land or the mentality? Now talk. Without wasting time, you need to be focused on this topic. Well,
Okay, if this case is Bari versus Dane Kabur, what make all the community of Denka to be involved in this in a state to leave it because there's a government? Did the community within Bor within Juba confront the community in Bari to talk about what went wrong?
Ruot, I think you don't understand anything here. On the topic here.
Aguero,
Wait.
Aguero, don't tell me, wait, I'm the moderator. You don't need to
Concordia.
interject.
Okay, Ruot, you are not understanding anything, and it will be a waste of time to go back and forth with you. I'm sorry, brother. Go down. Now let me address you down there.
Explain the message here and the connection of Dinka Bor and Bari.
Okay.
With
No,
explain that.
not that. That has been stated a long time ago, and I cannot repeat myself on numerous occasions. Now, Ruot, let me tell you something. What bring Dinka in? What bring this one in? It is Dinka Bor that have been accused of committing these crimes there, but that's not what the government think, and that's not what has happened, according to the government. of the Republic of South Sudan. All what have been stated by these Central Equatorians or the Bari people are all nonsense that don't hold water and they don't exist at all. Not a single bit of them is true. And I've always stated in John Ochangru, Bari are criminals. Whatever they state is all lies. Okay. Now, on the other hand, what bring other Dinka in? If a Lotuko can open a room and sit on his ass for over 12 hours on daily basis, Denga this, Denga board this, Abogada Denga board this, and no one single cattle of Dinga board on Lotuko soil. There could be some, but not many. And there has never been, we have never heard of any complaint from the government in Eastern Equatoria from Torit that there are cattle in Torit. But in Magui County, that hosts two communities, which is Acholi and Madi, there are Dingabor cattle there. Okay? If John Ochang make noise on daily basis, then what do you think? Simon Abui is Moru, all the way from Western Equatoria. What do you think? Teresa Lela Jube is Lango, which is definitely part of Lotuko. Okay? Bashir is Zande from Western Equatoria. Fortunato is from Lotuke, that happens to be Didinga. All these people, you have heard them talk. Are they Bari? Are they from Juba? They are not even closer to Juba. It is only Mundari and Dingabor who are very close to Bari. But these people have the nerves to come and air out their shit on daily basis. Fadia Mafi Lekum. And you, Moinuer. This statement as Dinga Ifutu min Equatoria or Juba. Where are you going to be, Ruat, Kalip? Where are you going to be? Are you not going to go back to Upper Nile? So every now and then you find Equatoria saying nonsense. It's a dirty kush for you, come on. Pull your head off your ass and think straight. These people don't deserve sharing podium with people and we trade some words with them. Let's mind the mook. Let's move on with the line and forget about him. Okay? Moses Fadal. Sick and tired of this useless Nuer Galumon roll not. Roll not but away yaki. Munu adum samak fi ananir. Loman Nuer. Munu barjalena Junub Sudan Loman Nuer. Huh? Moses, Lotred.
Thank you, Honorable. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're okay. Go ahead.
All right. First off, greeting to all of you. First off, greetings to you, Honorable, you know, and the rest of the moderators and the panelists and the listeners down there. I'll go directly to the topic. Are NAS rebels hiding behind Bari community or the Equatorian region? I think literally this is what they're doing, to my understanding. The fact that this issue of the cattle and the recent disputes that's been happening, I think there is something here that is not being put forward and to be clear what is really going on. And if I were the NAS movement, and especially now that the SFPDF are involved in this issue, I think if this movement is the real movement and they stand for what they want to achieve in South Sudan, they need to come out and not try to implicate the community, which is the Bari community. I think they should come up and speak to the general South Sudanese that it's them that initiate the attack, and they should be known that they're active and their agenda is forward, that they need to achieve what they want to do. As we know, Thomas Cirillo rebelled to liberate the South Sudan as a whole. He should come out and spoke, or if there is his spokespersons or people, they should come out and speak that it was them that came and attacked the South Sudan Defense Force. He should come out and make that clear, not to hide behind the community. But as we all know now, there is an agenda that is hidden behind all of this. But a community should come out and speak that it was not them that attacked the South Sudanese Defense Force, because this is not going to go right. The community is implicating themselves. They're not aware of that. If they do, they need to come out, because these things we have known throughout the movement before the liberation of the South Sudan. There are communities that were targeted because of one, the son of that community that rebelled against the movement and moved to their communities, and the community was targeted, and a lot of atrocities were committed against that community. So at this moment, they need to come out and be clear that it's not them, it's the NAS, and be clear, because they're implicating themselves. Because this is not going to stop this way. It's not going to stop the way they think it's just going to be brushed off and it's done. It's not going to happen that way, because now the government is involved and they're investigating. As we heard the spokesperson of the SSPDF spoke, they're not leaving this just like that. They're on it, and that community would be implicated if it's them that did what they did. So let's see if there is something here, as we think all the time, it's the Bari or the Dinka community against each other. Let's be clear, it's that. If it's that, then make it clear. It's the Bari community youth against Dinka Bor, and make it clear. Don't implicate yourself with the government. Just make it clear that we know. Just come out and speak out. That is the youth of Bari against the Dinka Bor community. Make it clear, because you're implicating yourself here and you don't know what trouble you're getting into. At the end, don't say it's the Dinka that is attacking you, because you are attacking the government, and the government will use whatever they have to neutralize you, or as they say it's going to be up to you. So come out and speak out? Is the NAS involved in this thing or these attacks? Come out and speak as, don't be a coward and hide behind a community. Come out as the NAS movement and speak out. I'll stop here. That's all I wanted to pass through. Thank you.
All right, shukran. Yeah, either Lion, Matul, you haven't spoken. And you've been in and out, in and out, in and out. Nonkubalui at regarding the topic, please.
No, continue for now. I'll talk later on at the end.
Everyone up here is done talking. So keep it low. Nonkubajwak. Because we are going to come to an end.
No, there's Gabriel Joel here down. You have not spoke. He just came.
No, but keep it low, Jam too. He interjected earlier. Okay, Gabriel Chol, Nonkubajwak.
I will add a small thing. I was about to reply for the two questions asked by the guy from Equatorial earlier. The two question is about why we describe. I think a lot of people have answered, but I will put mine also. Look, ما في زول بيقول للقبيلة انتوا اتمردتوا. في فرق بين التمرد والميليشيا. الميليشيا description of militia ديل ناس طبعا معلش هتكلم بالعربي لانه في ناس معاي في محل الشغل ما دايرهم يسمعوا. ميليشيا ديل ناس ما عندهم أجندة وطنية. أجندتهم إما تكون قبلية أو يعني أجندة مادية. يعني في ميليشيات بيشتروهم يمشوا يشاكلوا on behalf أي زول تديم قروش زي ما أنتم بتشوفوا مرتزقة في كل محلات في العالم. ف يعني لو شفنا 2012 تنظيم بتاع ياو ده تنظيم رسل الجيش الشعبي وانتم كلكم عارفين ولو في زول من اكواتوريا لازم يفهم الكلام ده عشان ما تقولوا انه الدولة ضدنا. في ناس من المفترض يقولوا الدولة ضدنا ونحن لازم ننفصل. 2012 برئاسة بتاعت قديد ياكا وكولدن رسلوا 12,000 جندي إلى بيبور عشان يحارب ميليشيات القبلية بتاعت ياو وما في زول بينكر الكلام ده. هل حصل الكلام ده في إكواتوريا؟ الكلام ده ما حصل. even الجيش الشعبي ما رسل according to what I know نص من الجيش ده عشان يمشي يطارد اسمه شنو توم سيريل ولا نص 6,000. يعني الناس مرتكزة في أماكن بتاعت مرور بتاع البضاعة وبتاع المواطنين. يعني ما انتشرت. وكثير Teresa used to say that if we want to bomb Asta now, Juba, we can do it in 1 minute. الجيش ما قامت عشان عارفة إنه العقول بتاع الناس بيقولوا إنه ده المستهدفين قبل.
Can you say that again? If we went to bomb what?
We're gonna bomb it in 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. Always يعني he got to قول كده. In 1 minute if we want to go to Juba.
أجل التريزة دي ياكي.
يا
Go
أخي
ahead.
هذا
Go ahead.
والله كان in 1 minute أنا إحنا ما قمنا وبيقول لسه ما قاموا 5 سنة ما قاموا لسه بيحدد. We sent 12,000 to be born. How many to eat ميليشيات الجيش الأبيض بتاع law. If you don't know, guys, Law is the biggest community, biggest tribe within Nuer. The biggest, and they are fighters. هلا لو كلام ده حصل لباري هيقولوا شنو يعني؟ يعني لو قلنا لأقار مع 6,000 بتاع الجيش الشعبي مثلا يمشوا الجزر ده هيقولوا شنو بالضبط؟ كويس. هل حصل يوم من الأيام الجيش الشعبي burn down any هنا من غير ما يكون في فلول بتاع الميليشيات؟ طبعا في حروبات حصلت في المناطق دي من جوبا ليه، يعني المحلات اللي في فعلا في خاصه الحروبات كانت في زمن انه الجيش SPLM was there. فعلا كان سي انه كانت في حروبات شويه هناك، لكن من ما انه بقى في سلام SPLM انضموا وناس كثيرين، يعني ديلك الناس الايكواتوريان لما جاتوا مسيريلو بيجوا هناك. وين الهجوم المكثف ده حصل وين؟ واحد، نحن بنقول انه ديلك ميليشيات because ديل ميليشيات قبليه، بنقول ديل ريبل because عندهم اجنده وطنيه وعندهم منافذ زي ما انتم بتقولوا بانه بيحاربوا من اجل انه يشيلوا الحكومه. ديل بيحاربوا من اجل المناطق بتاعهم. ناس بيبور ولا عندهم قضيه على مستوى بتاع الولايه، قضيتهم بس انه هم عندهم قضيه خاصه بالمنطقه بتاعهم. ناس اقول لك ديل عندهم قضيه، لذلك بنقول لهم ديل ميليشيات. لكن الجيش الشعبي بتاع الايو بنقول لهم ديل ريبلز because هم قالوا عندهم agenda. That's why we say that this NAS has agenda, and never SPLA or PDF, he never said that Barrier are rebels. He never said that. He is asking if you are defending these rebels. So who are you here? You either being with them or being a normal citizen, so that the clash will be between the rebels and the national army. Okay. في كلام كمان ثبات سأل قبل على أساس إنه بيأكد شنو that it would be a propaganda, like what happened. They said that Riek Machar came with the Musaddas and all these, and these were propaganda, and they said there is a coup and there is no coup. Why are you in hurry? You wait, because it's a
No,
can.
Riek Machar was caught with a pistol that day when there was J1 dogfight in
Yes.
2016. Riek
And
Machar
he
has a
said,
pistol.
that's what I was about to tell him, that في حاجة بيأكد الكلام ده. Why don't you wait for the result between the Bari community and the PDF to investigate, going to these airlines, and then when the result comes, that this is only a farm of the ordinary people, citizens of Bari, then انت بتقول انه الكلام ده كذب. ما في هنا on the way there is investigation. So until now ما في ناس قالوا باري اتمرد، لكن باري هو بدخل نفسه في محل التمرد، لانه بيقول للحكومه امشي، ما قاعد يقول للحكومه انه الزول ده ما معانا. هم بيقولوا الزول ده نحن ويا فخورين به. وانا شايف هنا كاتب هنا سايمون قال انتوا حتمشوا من الجزيره، معناته هم they defend جزيره ده عشان في جزيره ده في فلول او في ناس بتاع توماس يريلو. فاذا انت داير تكون مواطن عادي nothing bad with you، لكن ما تكون بين الناس هنا بين هنا وهناك. وانتوا عارفين اللي حصل للمواطنين في افغانستان وفي العراق. وداير اقول الكلام ده لو في مواطنين عندهم عقول هنا ويفهموا الكلام ده. القانون بيقول انه ما تمس مواطن للجيش الامريكي اللي كان قاعد هناك، لكن المواطنين هم اللي بيغطوا الميليشيات الشايله السلاح وبيدوم هنا إباية بتاع النساوين ويمشي زي النساوين. لما الجيش ينقلب هنا ده بيشيلوا هنا من الإباية ويضربوا ناس. ودين ماشيين مع عيال مع عجز الناس كبار وماشيين مع نساوين. Immediately زول ده يعني he will fight back. That's what is going on. يعني وده الكلام اللي قالوا الدار البشري. Okay? They are using civilians as a shield, which is it's not good at all. We need these people. We love Bari. We need them. So that's what I wanted to say. إنه إما إنه تكون مواطن عادي أو مواطن منحاز. There is a video بتاع النساوين مع ميليشيات هم بيقولوا نحن ماشيين. أي مرة زي ده ما طبعا هي اتمردت ما مشكلة. أوكي؟ لكن الزول اللي في النص ده ما تكون مع الحكومة ولما نيجي هنا تقول للميليشيا للريبل الحكومة بهناك ويضربوا الحكومة. لما الحكومة ترجع يشوف يقلبوا أنفسهم إنه ديل مواطنين. المواطنين لازم يجوا للجوبا. المحلات دي بقى مشبوحة. These areas now has become a war zone. So we need مواطنين ordinary people, ordinary citizens to come to Juba. عشان we need clearance there. That's what I want to add. Thank you.
All right, shukran. We will move on with the line. Someone called BMB saying that he would like to be brought up, but I can't see him down there. Christopher, in Kijam to Terwin, Nonkutin Balwe art, so that by chance hear others. Christopher, Tiglual. All right. Lion, are you in rush or should I let Mr. Mayan state something?
Yeah,
And
let
then
Mayan
Sabata.
go. Yeah, let Mayan go.
Or Mayan,
And Sabata if they have.
Sabata can follow one train and then bring Mayan in. Sabata. Sabata is probably asleep or far from the phone.
He might be asleep. I was asleep too.
This is conclusion, Mushkida.
We are going to conclude soon. So, if possible, is there any statement that you would like to make?
Okay, no, let me make a statement that is a concluding statement. Okay, first of all, Anna, I want to thank the moderating team at this
Once
discussion.
again, this has nothing to do with 2012 in WoW and 2013 in Juba. So, nothing to do with Nuer or Farati. Go ahead.
What is that? No, I'm making
like
a
how things
concluding
got
statement.
mixed up before because of, yeah.
Yeah. So I want to thank the moderating team with room there. يا اخوانا يا اخواتي and all those who are in the audience who are listening. Now it has become very clear that Railo made some statements that do not add up. He accused the Bari people not by expressing it openly, but by implying. You know, he came and just said, well, itu atlau talau al rebels. He wants a clear, satisfactory answer. Nasmunia amul haja beshikil kida. If you guys can't produce these people, in other words, that means you are the ones. In other words, you are the rebels. So in a way, he is kind of tying the Bari to rebels, simply because the poor Bari people are saying we are not seeing rebels around us. Now he's tying the Bari people as though it is the responsibility of the Bari people to identify rebels around them. No, those are citizens. It is not their responsibility to look for rebels around. Their responsibility is at Hakuma. Hakuma, they can mark their identify rebels. They're not supposed to attach it. Le Bari. This is that. And the other thing is they make very huge accusations. They al assassino, they have discovered 15 to 30 cells بتاعت بتاعت السلاحات الكبير اللي بيقولوا بيسموه بعربي مدفع. شفت كيف؟ And 13 طبعا cells ده فارق. And if you're having 15 to 30 cells ده معناته انتوا ضربت المدفع ده تقريبا 15 ل 30 وحاجه بشكل زي ده يا ناس في كاونتي بتاع جوبا. If that is true really, it happened December 24th. كده راجي مخ بتاعك Hal, did you hear of something like this? The other thing is the fact that he says they have dispersed bases at NAS the county at Juba, which is in the close to the Payam at Mangala. This kind of a statement is really very funny. It's very hard to believe that NAS has any base in Juba County. I don't think NAS are so dumb to an extent that Lumon to base in Juba County. So I think it's very clear now that those are statements that are just fabricated and spokesperson with that SSPDF should not be taken serious. And as a matter of fact, عندهم characteristics كده بتاعت ناس إرهابيين يعني التنظيمات بتاعهم بتاع حكومة ده. وشكرا شديد لزمن يا ويلسون and all who have spoken here. May God bless you all.
All right. Thanks, Sabata. Anyway, one thing I will tell you, Sabata, why I kept you up here for a long time. You behave yourself, you wait for your right turn, and you are not disrespectful to anyone. Although we have differing opinions, each and everyone's opinion can be taken. It is up to us to argue the facts that you have presented, or you arguing the facts we have presented as well. So thank you for being here with us for the hours that you have spent. All right. And I would suggest most Equatorians out there, or especially the Nas Bari, to take that kind of attitude. If they behave like that, no one would be dropped. But arrogance, disrespect, being disrespectful, lying too much, and bringing something that does not exist here or something that is irrelevant here, bringing it up won't make us focus on the topic. And it will cause a disruption in the room. And that's the reason those people have been dropped by either me or other moderators. All right, well done. Some people may have some questions here toward you, but for me, as for me, I like the line to continue. All right, Mr. Mayan, further, and then I will give the chance to Christopher again. If he's not there, then I will move on to BMB. Mayan Dengit further. Mayan Dengit, are you there? Or is it late at your end? Okay, BMB. Bar.
Okay. Hello, brother. Honorable Wilson. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you, but it will be good if you can increase your voice or take off the headphone if you are using one.
Okay, I'm using the headphones. How about now? It's still not clear, right?
Yep, it's better now. It's better. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, I just like to thank all the South Sudanese up here and the panelists and the host, you Wilson and the rest, really discussing very important and hot topics now in South Sudan and outside here for us, the South Sudanese as well. I watch actually our spokesperson discussing this issue, I believe about 2 days ago, on this regard to the matter. Uh, to be honest with you, my 2 cents that I like to add is Mr. Spokesperson of the SSPDF, Kerry. This is one of the most impressive press conference I've seen in a long time regarding the issue, because it has to be very hot because it's happening in the capital or near the capital of South Sudan, and that's where the government is. Of course, all the resources uh, of the government are nearby in terms of personnel, in terms of anything people can think of. It's happening in the heart of the government. So to hear some of our brothers here from the Equatorial region try to undermine the most impressive press conference I've seen in a while regarding the facts of what happened, it's sometimes bother me to know that some of our people don't want to hear the truth about how the business go about in our country, because we outlined 4 things that had happened, the clashes that had happened between the South Sudanese forces that were doing reconnaissance because the NAS, first of all, I think, majorly, I think
Sorry,
NAS.
BMB, your voice is so far. I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
If I
okay,
am
let me take off my earphones. Would that be better for me?
We have had long day, so just talk, raise up your voice, and let us hear your voice, like everyone else. Thank you. BMB, your turn is still valid, so continue.
Yeah.
But make sure we can hear what you are saying.
Okay, I'm having some technical issues here. Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. Like I was saying, our spokesperson have outlined far more important facts about the issue that has happened between the community of Bari and SSPDF and the cattle holders of Bor. Story is coming from one side. We have heard first there is a protocol that was broken from the Bari community, that they outline and first threaten the national army to withdraw from the area. Is I never heard of that before. We have clashes all over South Sudan. I never heard any community saying the national army should withdraw from their territory, while the army is the organ of the security of everybody and it protects everyone. That is number one. People should just, it's mind-boggling for community leaders to speak as such. Secondly, I think the NAS are using civilian as the shield, because and the community that is inhabiting in that area should have known the consequences of harboring the oppositions and armed rebels to be among them, flat out. So, Mr. Wilson, there's no any argument here that we try to dispute the spokesperson of South Sudanese army that they are lying, because the papers speak for themselves, and they have intelligent officers, what they call MI, that operate within that area, and they have their intelligence right, and they know exactly what they're talking about. So I'm not going to prolong my conversation here to waste a lot of words, and I'm just saying, if my brother mentioned earlier, Mr. Moses, that the Bari community or the NAS themselves should come out and own this incident, that they were there, so the Bari community cannot be labeled and they cannot be used as human shield. And I'll just stop there. And I think that this is a flat out. There's no gray and black here. It's just completely. We can see it. And thank you for giving me this chance.
Shukran, Mr. BMB. We will.
If you're done, let me just
will.
make a bit of comment. That should be fine if you're allowed with it.
Yeah, we will in a minute. Hang on. Ustaz Christopher Intothin, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Fadal, I call you a couple of
Yeah,
times and you
thank,
respond to.
thank you, Honorable Madud. Actually, I'm at work and I came in long ago and I just left without saying anything. I just want to greet you and I want to thank you.
Your network is playing up a little bit. If you can
Is
fix
that clear?
that, yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
Is that clear
You are
now?
clear, but yep. It's better
All right,
now.
all right.
Go ahead.
I'm going to add only 2 minutes. I'm not going to take long. I just want to thank you and I thank the moderators. The topic of today, I'm not going to talk along because you guys are closing. But I just want to add in one thing to our community, our brother in Central Equatoria, and it's going to the community leaders. This message is going to the community leaders. And I don't want to generalize the Bari community. It's a big community and it's a very respectful community. The war is being invited and nobody likes the war. Because if the war comes and then start in Central Equatoria, it's not going to be good for the civilians, it's going to be good to our country. It's better for the community just to be wise. First of all, by denying in no elements of the rebels. Opposite, if there's no elements, going to be people who are armed into the area. That's number one. I heard people keep saying it's the right for the civilians to be armed. It's okay, it's civilian to be armed, but if the civilian went to the stage digging canadics against that area, it's gonna be hard for the community as whole. If they didn't deny, they have to accept the people who was there, who are trying to drag the community into the mess we are looking for now. The other things I just want to say, these things will go to the army. The army have to protect the sovereignty of the country. Especially it's less than 100 kilo from the capital city. It's very dangerous. The army have to do their investigation with the police and other security organs, and then including the Bari community, because Bari community demanding apology from the army, and I believe it's if the apology the army was correct, the guy who just brought the statement, the former mayor, he's gonna go to court, because if the result is opposite, there's elements and there's facts and there's evidence. Of course, he's gonna go to the court, and then he's gonna ending up in the prison. He's gonna be arrested because he tried to protect something and he tried to bring something that's not right. I'm not gonna talk along. I just wanna say again, thanks to you guys. You guys are doing a wonderful job. People who are up here, people who are listening. Nobody like the war. Best for all of us to talk. If there's something wrong in the community, they can talk with the army. They tell him this is not, and not to push army away. If you're denying there's no element of the rebels in the area, you can't say I need the army to be out of particular area in South Sudan. And if you try to say you want an army to be out, that means there's something serious going on. But if you invite the army to be part of investigation, and after investigation being done thoroughly, there's no rebels movement around the area, and then army will move, will be out of the area. But if you're denying army not to be in any territory in the country, that's of course is another situation. I'm not spokesperson of the army, but it's dangerous move from the community leader. I'm not going to say the whole Bari community, but community leader who just spoke, and the person who just released the press regarding the army to apologize and to be out of the area. Thank you so much. I don't want to talk a lot. You guys spend more hours talking, I think more than 5 hours. Thank you, Honorable Wilson. I'll stop from here. Thank you.
Moderators, you all went sleep.
You mentioned, yeah, I thought Honorable was there, might be away from his mic. Mariality, did you want to have an interjection, because it looked like everybody is finished now?
Yes, yes, look, I spoke early. I was very busy, so I couldn't really speak so much. So I took like 1 or 2 minutes. As I said earlier,
You can go ahead, take your chance.
yes, as I
The
mentioned
recording is
earlier,
not going to go off.
yes, okay, thank you. I mentioned earlier that, sometimes President Kir Mayardit, I think the man is not a hot temper person who can really make a like a rational, or maybe something that to make a quick decision on certain issues. But sometimes he take a while to study the environment. I think, given the background of his military career when he was in security, that's tricks might have helped him to always study things carefully, to the extent that he could be sure, at least somehow like 50 plus, if not 100%. When he mentioned that there was a demand from areas of eastern and some part of central Equatoria, they demanded that they don't want Dinkas cows in that area. And the Dinkas cow are not in residential areas. They are just in the bush. Despite the Dinkas cow are in the bush, there was still a complaint that they don't want them there. And he mentioned that he received some reports of which people being ambushed, attacked by paramilitary personnel, and they run to the community and they disappear there. And he was questioned that who are those people? And people maybe might have accused president is like trying to label some community that they are harboring an element of rebels or NAS in particular. And that's one was even before, way before the Christmas event that took place during the Christmas time, and all the way to where we reached, where the Bari community held their meetings, and later on they made a barrage of accusations toward the government and the most respectful institution that really need to be respected, because when someone volunteer their life to sign up for army, they do it for the love of their country. But if the community choose to label the army, accusing them, and it seemed to be some very important business going on there. And this is brought into my mind something in similar characteristics with what was going on in Ethiopia, when the Tigray people trying to actually confront the entire nation army. And I look like maybe I will ask some of our audience and brothers and sisters to start, drawing the lines, like reading what was going on in Ethiopia, whereby the Tigray people were actually uh, having choose a certain uh, uniqueness of where they could be above the laws, of which they can go against the sovereignty decisions. They can decide what they want to do. And this is exactly barrier community leaders are copying the same thing that was going on in Ethiopia. And we have seen it. How did it end up in Ethiopia? That took a life of almost 600,000 lives, if not more. And as I always repeat myself from time to time, we have witnessed so much death in our community. Our generation are traumatized, and if there is anything else we really needed at the current time, we need to rehabilitate our people. Almost 2 to 3 or 4 generations, they are totally traumatized with the war, with the war's memories. And I always say, what will be the benefit then if the community choose to be a pioneer, spearheading to confront the nation, and by accusing army is not made up of dinkas. In the first place, army is like a collective of a different background of South Sudanese. And even though I know our brothers in the region of Equatoria, they choose to always say it's a Dinka government. And even though in this Dinka government, there are so many, like almost the 80% of the most powerful portfolios within the government are being held by what? By Equatorian themselves. Given all those, the Minister of the Cabinet Affairs is something equivalent to Prime Minister at some point. And you go by those of Juma Nunu Kumba. She's the 4th person in the high ranking of the country leadership. If you go by president and then vice president and then the speaker, she's someone with a chance that if there's anything, she could find herself as the chair lady of the Republic of South Sudan. And also we got Honorable James Wani Iga. Okay. And what I've seen it here, by the way, it looks like it is a very highly calculated business, of which the barrier community, they don't like to support Honorable Wani Iga to be a success of the President Kiir. And given now they're challenging the entire regime, including where I don't know if James Waniga will be safe here, like finding his himself in the middle, of which he can also be a victim at the same time if they're accusing the system that is against the community and his their very own son, of which they should be proud of him more than to be proud of the one in Bush. In fact, it's not in Bush, the refugee rebel leader that's actually finded himself an asylum, sitting in somewhere eating McDonald's and enjoying his life, and just remote controlling from Paris or from Holland, and putting almost the entire community at risk. This is something really should be revisited carefully, and people should not make a mistakes. As I mentioned, I compared it. I gave that comparison of Tigray people in Ethiopia and the entire Federal Republic of the Ethiopian Army. That was very a catastrophic decision when they decided to go against community. I mean, against the army as a tribe. And similarly, if barrier people continue doing what they're doing, as We have seen it. It doesn't look like they want to accept that they have found themselves in a very they are being cornered in every avenue. They try to excuse themselves. They don't get anything that really logic. We're not speaking here as people actually supporting one side over the other, but from the very central point of views, a lot of people actually, none of Dinkas, none of the Dinkas background could also voice out their voice saying this is not really something acceptable. We have seen it. This government doesn't even have mercy with Dinkas people themselves. And given now, but its people actually are abusing the concession that has been given to them so many times, of which the government doesn't want to treat them equally the way they treated Dinkas when there is a Dinka man or Dinka community having something similar to what the Bari people doing. The Dinkas will be met with a full scale of military confrontation, of which we have seen it in Warab, we have seen it in Awil, we have seen it in so many other areas. And I don't see any something exceptional to our brothers of barrier community to do not really learn from the mistake that they have seen it already. Some others fall through it. So I don't think it's too late for them to reconsider. And also these so-called communities, if they choose to be rebels, community leaders, they have the right, and they should find a way to involve or to be part of the NAS or whatever the way they want to be involved, but using vulnerable people actually to be the way of of uh, selling out your political agenda to score some political point here. This is very irresponsible decision that should not be made by some people with people with responsibilities as husband and father, the people who care for their vulnerable people around them, like if they are elderly, if there are some, I don't get it. Even when this Callisto Wani or Callisto Lado spoke about speaking about saying, uh, they have a number of elderly being missed or either being killed or being disappeared or maybe whatever, displaced or whatever. Whatever he has said there, actually, I think he was calculating ahead the time. What he meant to is like something will happen, but it didn't happen yet. And if that's the case, as I said in so many other occasions, there are some missing dots here. They did not get connected yet, of which maybe people of South Sudan will be met by surprise the way our brothers in Bari community are handling these things. They don't want to accept that they're actually behind the full. If they are a sponsor of the NAS movement, to be instead of being a national movement with the values that to be a national for everyone, rather they want to make it to be on as a tribals rebels with element of the terrorism, terrorizing their own community members, terrorizing the Dinkas, innocent Dinkas in the bush, people just looking for their own. And these things, yes. Thank you. I'm going to end up here in a minute. And this thing actually has put this NAS to be avoided by so many South Sudanese. I don't think there would be people from even within Equatoria will really have interest to be part of the NAS movement, since it has been marketed to serve the tribals interests. So never the less it's never too late for community to distance themselves, rather than just putting the community to be in confrontation with the army, also with the lawmakers of the country. In a way, we will see what the days will bring it in a couple of days to come. But thank you for giving me that opportunity, moderators. I will stop here.
could I someone who haven't spoken here? A green. Green. Green life.
Yeah, Madud, I'm here.
Yep, you have your 5 minutes, just 5 minutes briefly, and then I will start dropping people down, and then moderators will stay up here, and then they will conclude, and then we will end the room sometime soon.
Well, okay,
Go
thank you.
ahead.
I appreciate it. Thank you for you guys opening this room to acknowledge and let the people
Madam,
of.
there is someone down there. Dr. Martin Madudayu, are you still there? Telephone iban Luinin Manwa. Okay. I invited you more than 4 times when you wrote your comment, and I believe you are not looking at your screen. So in that case, Tansuradu, Chabane Alwalke. Aiwa, thank God you are here. All right, go ahead, Green, and then we'll go to Madudayu, and then we'll see what happens next. Go ahead, Green.
Okay, thank you, Madud, Dr. Wilson, and thanks all the panelists and the audience. Thank you guys for opening this room to let the people of South Sudan to be aware what is going on, what has been cooking under the bushes, what is the Bari community are doing, and what is actually the NAS movement are doing, and the whole Equatorian actually. The reality over here, things are obvious, and let us not trying to play it and not trying to be frank. Let us be frank, because the frank that we are, the better that we could serve the situation. The situation is going to chaos, whether we like it or not. Uh, the NAS movement, when they call the ambassador of the United States to go meet with the Bari community, the way I analyze it myself is to be a witness. And the way they use the two terms, occupies, and the other one, being they basically being forced, and the land is being taken by force, and the government is the government of Dinka. They were selling it to the United States, so they will not be recognized as a terrorist, which is basically they are the people that are terrorizing the South Sudan, and they are the people that are not let South Sudan to move forward. They are going against the constitution, and they're going against anything South Sudan's believe in. And them, they are calling for war, and basically they are called themselves to be the next face. Even though they come over here, they're trying to play games with us. Some of them consider themselves as separatists, and some of them consider themselves are unities. No, they all have the same goals and the same met. They speak the same language, and whether you like it or not, you will see it. If you see their activists, when they come, they talk to the separatists and they talk to the people of South Sudan. They trying to recruit more so they could go and take the government out by force. And if they did not have that agenda and they fail, then they will come and use this to international community so they could separate it. It'd be like they've been oppressed by the Denka and all that. And this is nonsense. So my suggestion to the people of South Sudan is the time for us to take the heads of the NAS movement and the heads of Bari community and the heads of any single person that is going against the constitution, because this is a country. This is not a playground that you could come and do your nonsense and leave, and you think there will not be consequence you to be held on you. Anybody that use any violent language or any word against the people of South Sudan or against the constitution of South Sudan to bring the chaos to the people of South Sudan, you should be held accountable. And I believe anybody that live in Western world, I'm telling you guys this, it's time for us to save this country. It's time for us to take people to court, because anything they say is bringing chaos to the people. Because the freedom of speech, it say you could speak, but you do not speak to harm people. And them, they are actually harming the people of South Sudan back home. So it's a time for us to take the actions and use their values and their words they use to be present in the court. Person like Johnny Chang, person like Teresa, person like Dominique, these peoples, they must be held accountable. And we should not be shy away from it. If we're trying to save South Sudan, that's the only way. Because those are the head of the fire. Those are the kabrit. Those are the lighter. Those are the ones that fuel the light and throw the light in. These people, they must be held accountable for any action they're doing. And we must actually take it seriously. Because if we just like, these people are crazy, tomorrow South Sudan will go to chaos. And if you catch a wildfire, we will not be able to stop it. Because there's other tribes out there are just waiting for a chance like this to happen. And those are the tribes that John Chang on daily basis calling for. And John Chang, he lived here in Canada. And the freedom of speech that he used, he violated it 100% time. If you go to the court of law, he could be put in a prison for 20 to 30 years because he calling for the death of the people of South Sudan to die. And we must take this seriously. Hire lawyers, do whatever to save life of South Sudan and save this South Sudan not to be like Somalia, because that's what they are trying to do. And we will not allow that to happen because this country was giving us to us by the blood of the people that died for it. This country is a trophy, and a trophy, nobody should ever play with it. We must respect it and we must move forward. Whoever does not want to jump in the vote, let him remain out there. Whoever does not want to get in the bus, let him remain out there.
Okay.
And the people of South Sudan, okay, and the people of South Sudan must move forward. And the government of South Sudan must hold anybody within Juba or whatever they are in South Sudan accountable and investigate them thoroughly, just like the mayor. The mayor, what he did was totally unconstitutional, and it should not be allowed to be out there because he incited the war. That's what he did, and he should be held accountable. And these people also out here, we should deal with them. And thank you guys. May God move South Sudan forward, and may God stop the bloodshed in South Sudan. South Sudan must continue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ustaz Green. Maduda, before you come in, there's this little audio that goes for 5 minutes that I would like to play. I don't know if that's okay with you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just listen to that. Okay, you gave me a head up to go ahead.
Who is Callisto Wani Lado? Hello, welcome to the GTV South Sudan Global. If you have not yet subscribed, please subscribe as we will continue to bring you informative videos. For those who don't know Callisto Wani Lado, he hails from Bari tribe in central Equatorial state, which occupies Juba and its surrounding areas. He is the former mayor of Juba. Callisto Wani Lado is not your average politician. During his reign as Juba mayor, Juba underwent tremendous development and progress. He performed well, and it was sad to see the executive committing a political cardinal sin in firing him. We would have hoped for his leadership continuity because he was delivering tangible results. We have stated many times on this channel that politics is a game of self-interest and perception. In our today analysis, we have analyzed 5 reasons behind Callisto Wani Lado declaring support for Thomas Cirillo, the leader of NAS rebels. Here are they. Number 1, emotive land issues. The increasing population in Juba and neighboring areas like Mangala has put intense pressure on limited land resources. Land is a fixed asset and a great tool for all types of income-generating activities, such as agriculture, real estate development, and mining, among others. He who controls land controls the economic dimension of any polity. Thus, tribes understand the implications of losing their land. Unfortunately, if the land where some tribes find themselves in has become the site of the national capital, it follows that most of it that was not inhabited automatically becomes property of central and national governments, and not necessarily the tribe as Callisto vigorously claimed. We believe Callisto Wani is issuing controversial statements to relay to the public the fear that the tribe has in losing their land. Number two, bitterness and hunger. Callisto Wani is bitter with President Kiir Dinka for letting him be fired through the action of Central Equatorial officials in the JCC or for unknown reasons. Callisto Wani knows very well that he did perform well when he was Juba City Council mayor, and the records may be there. The problem between headers from Dinka Bor and Bari tribe in Mangala provides Callisto Wani an outlet to head back at President Kiir and the Dinka community, with Dinka Bor as a ploy. Number three, political relevance. Being a former Bari youth leader, Callisto Wani understands the golden rule of politics, which is to always be in the limelight, even for wrong reasons. He knows very well, even bad publicity is better than nothing. As such, Callisto Wani negative vitriol will win in political support in some quarters, mostly Bari, who will see him as their savior. So far, he has achieved his objective as he is becoming one of the most talked about politicians in South Sudan. Number four, Greater Equatorial politics. Of late, Greater Equatoria has no leader to articulate its pressing issues, given that the likes of Joseph Bangasi Bakosoro, Dr. Waniga, and Nunu Kumba all speak in one voice, i.e., serving the government of the day. Thus, Callisto Wani has seen an opportunity to become the alternative, fearless but non-violent Greater Equatorial leader. With the passage of time and age advantage on his side, there is a possibility he may end up becoming the Greater Equatorial Kingpin. Number five, force a handshake with President Kiir. By declaring support for Thomas Cirillo, a man who is pursuing his political ambition of removing President Kiir from power through violent means, Callisto Wani is sending a clear message to President Kiir that he is not to be messed with. And if President Kiir refuses to dialogue with him, he may end up joining President Kiir's arch enemy, General Thomas Cirillo. Whether this gimmick will work or not, let's wait and see. After all, a week is such a long time in politics. What do you think? Let us know your thoughts in the comment section below. Please don't forget to subscribe to the GTV.
All right. Elkan Jakping, I hope you heard it all. Dr. Madudayu, further.
Really amazing. Madud, salamu alaikum. كلكم يا جماعة جنوبين. صوت واضح؟
صوتك واضح. انت موت؟
هاي مدود تعرف فورم ده مبارا من فتاة أنا كنت حاضر أنا كنت لمرة ثلاثة. then كان راون ساعة 2:30 بالليل بعدين نمنا وحسن جيت في شغل فمن قبل أنا بحاول accept request but I'm sorry. You know there أقول 4 نقاط. Number 1 جنوب السودان سياسة يا جماعة سياسة بتاع جنوب السودان سياسة ما مفهوم كله. You know كل أقول دخلوا سجن وكل كان بيحاول يساعد الجيش قال إنه الجيش ما عنده مرتبات الوضع بتاع الجيش تعبان وكده يعني الرجل حاول يساعد الجيش كان بهنا على الجيش الشعبي الناس طلعوا البلد ده والنزل بيحرس الشعب السودان الشعب الجنوب السوداني لكن للأسف جدا كل دخلوا السجن simply because هو قال إنه مرتبات الجيش متأخر والجيش تعبان هذا زول عديل كده قاعد يقول إنه الجيش يمرق من area بتاع particular community ده أول مرة في تاريخ حياتي وفي تواريخ العالم انه المواطنين يقول نحن ما دايرين جيش. طيب نحن انا هسه في خلا معملون عندنا مطيانيور وعندنا اكشلي يعني الشيخ فوين في ميلاد ده هسه ما قاعدين نجي جيوان عشان خايفين من الجيش من جيش الموجود هناك. لو الجيش ده ما في هناك ما نحن بنمشي جيوان هسه بكره. ده كلام غريب جدا يعني. وبعد كل زول قاعد برا هسه لسه ما عملوا انفستيجيشن ولا دخلوا السجن. ده السياسه بتاع جنوب السودان سياسه غريبه جدا جدا، انه مواطن من المواطنين يقول لجيش نحن ما دايرينكم في حته ده شيء غريب. ده واحد اثنين يا جنوبيين شفت البلد ما يقدر يمشي قدام بالما نقول الحقيقه. يعني انت قاعد في السيستم وتقول انت بتشجع زول قاعد برا. ده كلام غريب. كل اقول دخل السجن اكثر من سنه وهو واحد من اقرب لملون. يوم واحد ما قال I'm supporting Malong or even I feel I'm proud of Malong. But this guy the Molana goes so far of that والناس كلهم مشي وده اللي يقول هو عمل غلط قاعدين نشجعه. وده هو كلام بيجيب الجريمه ذاته. هسه حاليا نحن زعلانين جدا جدا. اكثر من 21,000 مواطن جنوبي يعني بنات نساوين ناس عيانين يعني برا من بيوتهم. وده كله شنو؟ ده السياسات البطال. وعشان كده دائما انا قاعد اقول يا جماعه في المحاضرات بتاعي بانه القرار السياسي مهم جدا 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 في اي في دوله ولا المستوى بتاع كوميونتي. يعني القرار اللي عمله مولانا مش لايف وقدام السفير الامريكيه. ده قرار بطالة جدا جدا والنتيجه بتاعه هو تدمير المنطقه. و21,000 هسه قاعد برا في ظروف صعب جدا جدا. اصلا ما كان هو زول قانوني يعني ما كان يصرف كده. لو هو شاعر انه مظلوم كان يمشي بالطرق الرسميه يكتب جواب ويقابل المكتب بتاع الشرطه العام جنوب السودان يشتكي لانه في افراد من الجيش ما جيش كله افراد من الجيش انه بنشاهد كده كده في حته فلانيه والبوليس يقوم باجراءات محدد. البوليس هو اللي بيمشي دايركت للجيش وليست هو كمواطن واحد من الكوادر بنحترمه شديد يمشي في لايف فيديو ويتصرف بهذه التصرفات اللي جاب كيس بالنسبه للكوميونتي بتاعه. ده انا I'm really confused. Moreover برادر في الناس اوتسايد يعني هم دخلوا انفسهم في بقى جزء من المشكله ذاته. انا امبارح كنت قاعد اتفرج في اللايفات بتاعهم. اللايف ده المفروض توم مسيرو لو كان يمنع ما يعمل لايف بيكوز اللايف اللي عملوه امبارح بوري انه ناس هم ذات جزء من العمليه وبالتالي الناس التاثير بيكون على المواطنين على الارض. المهم نحن عاوزين سلام ونتمنى حكومه يقوم بمسؤوليه كامل ينقذ الناس. 21,000 ده عدد كبير جدا جدا. جنوب السودان بلد غريب كل اسبوع بيظهر شيء جديد. اسبوع قبل اسبوعين كان في على النيل 3,000 مواطن فيها يعني راحت حياتهم بهذا المثل بجست لايك ذات. واليوم نحن نتكلم في اكواتوريا particular area بتاعت المنغلا واهلنا الطيبين وخايفين بكره تحدث العمليه كلها في باركزال. فالمهم يا مدود شو ده شو اتكلمت فوق حاجات كثير جدا لكن انا بركز على انه الحكومه بتاع جنوب السودان لازم يعمل اجراءات مع مولانا لانه مولانا يتحدي حكومه. اذا القضيه دي انتهى لانه مولانا يكسب هذه القضيه وبالتالي جيش الجنوب بيكون جيش ما عنده قيمه وبالتالي ممكن اي مواطن بكره يقوم بنفس العمليه في اويل ولا في ملكان ولا في مريده ولا في مكان. جيش لازم هو الجيش الوطني ما جيش القبيله. مهم بتاع الجيش هو الدفاع عن العرض والقانون وما في مواطن عنده حق يقول للجيش يا اخي نحن ما دارينك. ده اول مره. ده لو حاصل هجوم في المنطقه ده بكره منو بدافع عن المواطنين؟ مولانا ما يقدر يعمل اي شيء. فده الكلام ده اقول I'm really a little bit confused because حكايه شبكه هنا وهناك لكن بخلاصه اقول انه الاجراء ده ما تنتهي على just like that. لازم مولانا تاخذ اجراءات قانونيه بحته ولا بد ان الجيش تسيطر على الوضع في دوله. شكرا.
Okay, I have a quick question, moderators, for Dr. Madud. He talked about Warishin Alif. Can you verify that I didn't get what the Warishin Alif? What do you mean? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bin. Joel Kirik Dao,
Yes, Madud.
you are the only one who haven't spoken here. You gave your chance to others earlier. Further.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Madud, can you hear me?
I was talking actually, and I mute myself. Sorry, I said 21,000 according to statement that has been released by Molana. He said actually on live video that actually we have 21,000 displacement, from that area. So that's really very sad, because it was shelling over there. But then Madura Suma Kalamda, ya Junubin. يعني انا رسم باسم جنوبي I don't think هو قاعد يقول الحقيقه لان قال لقى مواطنين بما 82 يا جماعه 82 ده بياكل مسافه 180 كيلو لو في 82 هناك ما ده ممكن يعمل شايل يضرب كلمه يدي في جيوان ده كلام غريب 82 اول حاجه غالي الطلقه بتاعه ب 17 $17 وشمتين بكون عنده 40 50 طلقه. طيب المواطنين ده لقوا قروش وين عشان يشتري 82؟ اذا الكلام ده حقيقه معناته ده نحن متيانجور موجود هناك او الناس ما مواطنين. 82 ده سلاح خطيره جدا بياكل مسافه 80 كيلو. سو لو عندهم 82 معناته ده ممكن يعمل يضرب يعني ممكن يعمل شيلينج لجوبا اكثر من يعني 12 طلقه ساق ببادل جوبا. فالمعلومه ده معلومه خطيره جدا، واذا الكلام ده موجود فلا الحكومه لازم تاخذ اجراءات اخرى لان المواطنين في داخل جوبا حقيقه هم في خطر. ثانك يو.
Okay, Dr. Madud, check your back channel. Because we want you later on to be one of the guest speakers in the next coming room in Jiangnam Talk. So check your back channel.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Madud, I'm a bit busy. I'm having some phone call. So if you don't mind, just you can close the room. Otherwise, I really like the way you have run the room. Very good. And you have managed it very well. And for all those who have spoken, thank you very much. We will be having a room in about 6 or 5 hours. And that room will be hosted in Jiangnam Talk. And Honorable Joshua Dow is going to be with us. So you are all invited to come and listen as well as participate. Thank you very much, Madud.
Thanks, Chokir Dao, for making it short and brief. Just hang on. So just hang on. Lion, I don't think I'm going to attend to something here for a couple of minutes. Is Lion there?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, don't talk for a couple of minutes. I'm going to attend to something and I will be back soon. Thank you.
Okay. I think majority of the people have spoken, unless I can give people to make their final remark 1 minute, 1 minute, or 1 to 2 minutes, just so that we can close this room. It has gone success. It has gone professionally. So I wanted to check with the people like Moses. I will begin from the down, coming up.
I'm here, Lion.
Yeah, Moses,
If
can you
you're
make
gonna
your last
start
remark?
with me. Yes, Lion. Can you hear me?
I hear you, but please take your 2 minutes.
Okay.
Just want it to be short, brief, and we go.
Right. Okay. This is what I can say. My last remark is this. So my panelists up here and moderators and the people that are listening down there, I would say this. Based on the topic, we have heard our spokesperson, the SSPDF,
spoke based on what is going on with the Bari community and the the suspect, the suspicion that is based on the tribe, which is Bari community. If the NAS is associated with the community, are they hiding behind the community or are they not? I think it should be it it could it should they the NAS, if they're hiding behind the community and they're the rebels, they should come out as they're brave, as they took their initiative, as they want to change the South Sudan. They need to come out and base and voice themselves as we want to liberate the South Sudan and come out and speak up. Don't hide behind the community because the community is being implicated right now and it's not a good thing. I think if they're aware of that, they need to really come out and tell the whole South Sudanese that it's the NAS that did what they had to do, that attacked the SSPDF, and it's them. They need to claim that, they need to claim it as the rebels, but don't try to implicate the community because the community is being suspected right now as the rebels. So if you are like men and you have the agenda that you want to make South Sudanese know that you have an issue with the South Sudan, not even the Boer community. If the Bari, in the other hand, if the Bari have the issue with the Boer people, then they need to actually voice themselves. We came out, and what happened is about the Boer community. We were attacking the Boer community, not the SSDF. They need to come out and really make it clear because South Sudanese are confused now and everything is being confused and the community is talk the community are is stating